Turn on CNN. Vosh is on TV. I hope not. It's like listen, it's part of the live streamer brain. You get really used to having a camera on you, you know? There's a very like specific kind of gullible that you can get. Hold on, none of my lights are on. Here, I'll give you guys a peek behind the curtains, metaphorically speaking. Turn on the TV, it doesn't matter what channel. It's all Vosh. Here, hold on. Hello, River. River, go on out there. My beautiful partner wants to spend time with you. Sad room. Yeah. Calling it the darkest bedroom setup. Yeah. There we go. It's not a bedroom, it's a studio. What is up? Sorry, I was watching TV with my beautiful partner. So I'm not sorry, actually. What are you guys up to? TV, are you 60? Well, like a smart TV. Not TV like cable. Watching stuff on the TV. Wait, I kind of like it without the lights. Who cares what you like? Fuck you. Oh, you know, Bosch is making fun of you misspelling gaff. Oh, no! Now everyone's going to make fun of me. I'm going to be the least educated live streamer at TwitchCon next year. Fuck. God damn it. I don't think I've ever typed out gaff before. There, I added the E. River, you can't be in here. Don't worry, Vosh. We all know you meant a long barbed spear for catching fish. Is that what a gaff is? You know who Drew Joyner is? Yes. Gaff, they both look wrong. Oi. Vosh saw the title, just gotta say I shit my pants last night. Okay. I didn't read past that. Was there anything interesting in the message past that point? Last night, because my campus is half an hour away from Brown, and my school sent me a text as though it was happening on my campus. What? Bullets can travel a long distance to every like evacuation orders within a 20-mile radius of Brown University. What's the red squares behind the mirror? Isn't it cool? It's the mark of sacrifice, but because I have a mirror propped up there, you can see it. It's like you're seeing the whole thing. You're seeing a reflection of the right side of the mark rather than the entire mark. See? I think it's cool. How long did it take to get it perfect on camera? It was a complete accident. I was just moving the mirror because I took a picture last night of me in a leather jacket after I left stream. But it worked out. Will you play Guild Wars 2 with me today? Probably not. I did used to play Guild Wars 2, though. It's a good-ass game. Really like that. Guild Wars 2 was the only MMO I ever played that didn't feel like an MMO. You know? Like, combat in Guild Wars 2 felt good enough that it could be a, I don't know, action RPG. Why did I stop playing that? I wonder. Have you played Warframe? Yeah, but Warframe isn't an MMO, so it doesn't really fit in the same. Warframe's a completely different genre. Some coffee? Nah, I probably shouldn't. Thank you. Nah, thank you. What's your favorite frame? It's been too long. Did I put pomade in my hair? Dude, it's just sea salt spray. And I did it for like 8 seconds before I fucking came on stream. I just need a haircut, okay? Why are you fucking bothering me? Did you see the new Divinity trailer? Did you see the last 3 streams of mine? Catch up. Why is my mouse... Why is everything wrong? Why is my fucking mouse caught? My goddamn mouse cable's caught behind the desk. Did you see the Supergirl trailer? No, I don't watch trailers. What was it I was looking for? On my fucking other monitor. Why is my phone lighting up? It's a friend of mine telling me that they're having a bad day. Good to know. Sheesh. Well, you're not going to respond? My friends know what I do for a living. All right. Please talk about the shit Animal Farm trailer that dropped. What's wrong with it? I saw the comments underneath and it looked like it was mostly Republicans being mad about it. Don't talk about it, it's just a mid-trailer. Okay. You want to see some karmic justice? Do I want to watch a 2-minute, 40-second Twitter video with absolutely no context that opens with what appears to be a white guy saying the N-word? No, I can't say I do. You're gonna have to give me a lot more to work with than that. Recently watched Hamilton, became the exact stereotype of a Hamilton enjoyer. Many, many such cases. Animal Farm emptied of all ideological content. And who the fuck cares? Biracial couple got a racist comment from a Marine and reported it to his chain of command. Okay, cool. Yay. So anyway, check this shit out.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right, right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
Is it possible to get a negative Latin vote? Like, can you get less than 0% of the Latin vote in Texas? We're gonna find out. When keeping it real goes wrong. Jesus fucking Christ, she's so stupid. And she's so stupid. And she's so... Jesus, I don't know a word to go with here other than racist. There's so much racial animus dripping from her. It's crazy. This shit, like, keep this shit in the Republican Party, please. Oh my God. Her one policy position, I'm black. Listen, okay? I understand that sometimes I tip the needle a little bit with my edgy, witty, racial commentary, okay? My truthisms that the mainstream media is too cowardly to cover, all right? So I'm going to keep this a little bit more, like, tone neutral, if I may. This is an insane fucking thing to say. We need immigrants in this country because black people are done picking cotton? What the fuck are you talking about, lady? Holy shit. Literally, like, the main argument that Republicans have used to win over Latin voters is the idea that Democrats only want illegal immigrants to maintain a permanent racial underclass. And by the way, that is why illegal immigrants are here. They do maintain a perpetual racial underclass, and we should allow them citizenship so they don't occupy that position. Like, I'm in favor of the immigration, but Jasmine Crockett, apparently, like, the best pro-argument she can make for immigration is we want the racial undercast, you know? My argument is, well, I want the immigrants. I don't care if they're you know, racial. I don't care if they're farming or working tech jobs, or if they're, you know, well, I don't really care, to be honest. I just think it's cool that they can immigrate here. You get one life. Do you think she means it in that way, though? That is explicitly what she said. What other way can you interpret this? What interpretation can you have of this? You know, we need immigrants here because I know y'all ain't farming. We're done picking cotton. What possible? I have no idea how else you could run with that. It's fucking crap. I'm gonna watch it. I can't get over how bad this is. Jesus Christ. No, it is worse than the conservative argument because conservatives will often disingenuously pretend that they're concerned about the plight of undocumented immigrants. You know, we don't want them here because they're just going to have a shit life here anyway, you know. She's essentially affirming the worst version of the Republican argument. It's like negative Latin vote, man.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right, right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
But she's really proud of it too. You know, she's really proud of this this edgy racial commentary. You know, we done picking cotton. She's like really leaning into it, like she's working on a tight five. Are we team Tallarico? Oh yeah. Think she'll win the Democratic primary and general with nothing but the Texas black vote? You know, right now she's the front runner. She's leading Tallarico by like 7 points.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
What they do for this country? Well, they pick our cotton. Apparently Tallarico is in on one. James Tallarico versus 20 undecided Texas voters. Jubilee 3 hours ago. It's crazy. James Carville is pro-Tallarico Vosh plot twist. Do you think it's the racism? This actually does make sense to me because I feel like... so Carville is evil, but he's also a dinosaur. And I feel like he would not like Crockett because she's foul-mouthed and rude. You know? Genuinely, I feel like there's a bias here. Like Tallarico is a nice young man, and Crockett is you know, rude and boorish and so on. So I feel like there's a bias in his favor there. You know, yeah, she's distasteful. You nailed it. That's basically what he said. Yes. Yeah, I see it. She is very self-absorbed. We can't watch this whole thing. I kind of want to get a tone read, though. Can we do that? Can you permit a white boy a bit of a tone read?
Yeah. Honestly, James, I don't think you're going to do anything. We've heard it before, you know, drain the swamp, eat the rich until they get voted, and then they're just rich people swimming in the swamp.
Here's where I agree
with
you. We need way more investment in our communities here in America.
How?
It's why I fight.
How?
It's why I fight for...
How do we need to invest in those communities?
Yeah. Barbara Jordan, a great Texan, she said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so the argument I'm making with this claim is if young people in particular aren't at the table in this election, we will continue to be on the menu in 2027. My name is James Tallarico. I'm a Texas state representative, former middle school teacher, and Presbyterian seminarian, running for the U.S. Senate to take power back for working people.
Anyone else feel like the audio is a little bit off here? I don't know if it's just this cut they're using right now, but it sounds a little bit,
And I'm surrounded by 25 undecided voters here in the great state of Texas. My first claim
Wait, is it 25 undecided voters or 20?
State of Texas.
Jubilee.
My first claim is that cuts to healthcare and food assistance hurt all of us.
The government's going to take care of you.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. On its face, what you're saying, cuts to healthcare, cuts to food assistance hurts all of us, sounds good. But if you look at it at the inverse, increases to healthcare and increases to food assistance doesn't help all of us. And the reason why is we have a bloated healthcare system where a lot of the money that goes into it gets accrued to the intermediaries, the companies that
That's completely true. 100%.
delivering these services, the consultant class. A lot of fraud happens. I mean, we have a current member of the Senate, not in Texas, but in the US, who defrauded millions of people.
The fraud arguments are almost always bullshit. It's like if your concern is that people are engaging in fraud at the consumer level, you are low IQ. That's like a marginal fraction of waste, you know? If your concern is fraud happening at the top and administrative levels, yeah, that's like 90% of where the money goes. Well, not legal fraud necessarily, but chicanery, right? Like deceptive business practices, graft, not necessarily crime. I mean, it should be a crime, but you can legalize crime and then it's not crime anymore, you know?
Out of Medicare benefits and the like. So one of the things that I worry about is when we're talking about restoring the money that's been cut, is how is it going to be used effectively? So I'm not against having more healthcare to more people. What I'm against is that money being used inappropriately. And, you know, you talk about the wealthy, the top versus...
Take a moment to say thanks so much to
immigrants as a whole are making America stronger. I think there is a lot of nuance that is not added to that claim.
Oh, no.
I think that there are a lot of immigrants, and immigrants are needed in this country. A lot of these immigrants are the ones that are driving America forward. I also think that there are a lot of immigrants who, America is supposed to be a melting pot. America is supposed to
When's the other shoe going to drop?
From everywhere come together. And there's this concept of assimilation where there should be partial assimilation. You don't, no one should be forced to completely assimilate and change who they are and change their beliefs to fit in. But at the same time, whenever we have people coming to this country and then going out on the streets yelling that they hate the country, it's counterintuitive, and it really does hurt America as a whole.
Do you know any undocumented immigrants?
No, I do not.
When I was a teacher on the west side of San
How fucking weird do your political priorities have to be for you to genuinely think the country is hurt by people running around saying they hate the country? Like, I don't know. I thought we were, at least up until 1 year ago, I thought we were the global superpower. I wasn't aware. People are like, yeah, immigration and diversity kills nations, you know, anti-American sentiment kills. Have you seen the predominance of anti-American sentiment, especially since like the Bush years? We've still been the superpower. What do you, like, what can I get some evidence to this point? The idea that there's some kind of material compromise they're making where criticizing the country that you live in also weakens it? In my opinion, it strengthens it, you know? The real problem is that you get these people with these talking points in charge who are like, our country is so fragile that criticizing it will actually break it, and those people revoke the political freedoms that actually made the country strong to begin with. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Tallarico's cool. I don't want to watch whole fucking Jubilee video. Tallarico's cool. This shit is insane. I don't know. She's basically already written off white voters. You know, good luck winning with just black and Latin voters. I guess now we're not counting on Latin voters either. I really hope she doesn't win the primary. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Is the primary finished? What are you talking about? This is for a 2026 race. No. Well, we'll see, Miss Igo. Prepare to be disappointed. The deep state is going to be pushing for her, except for Carville, I suppose. That's nice.
Congresswoman, welcome back to the program. You told us last time we spoke that if polls show you can win, then you would run, but there isn't a single public-facing poll that shows you beating any of the three Republicans.
What an awesome opening. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Now you've got my attention. That's a fantastic way of opening this interview.
So what do the internal polls say, and where do you see a path to victory?
Yeah, so we do have internal polls. I don't like to necessarily show my hand, but I wouldn't jump into this large of a race just because. So I will say that confidence...
Immediately lost. It's over. It's over instantly. You said you wouldn't run unless you knew you could win. Everything says you can't win. What are your internal polls saying? I don't really want to talk about it. That makes my tummy hurt. Anyway.
We do have polling that shows me ahead, but so as to not give a specific candidate anything to talk about, I'd rather not. It just doesn't make sense. Listen, this is not a
You ahead over who? Fucking Tallarico?
game of checkers. This is a game of chess. But I am telling you confidently that I have polling that shows that. But more importantly, Jason, you and I have talked a lot about expanding the electorate and looking at the elections that we're seeing, just like yesterday, where there was a flip in Georgia, which is down south, just like seeing down in Miami, where they flipped a seat that had been red for the last 30 years. I am telling you that what we need to do is we need to energize people and give them someone that they can believe in to be their fighter, someone that they know to be their
She really is a Dem version of Trump. She has sociopath eyes. I'm pulling out all of my calipers for this one. Her eye movements indicate a high degree of narcissism and sociopathy. Any 19th century physician would agree with me. Probably for racist reasons. But, like, if they could see past the bigotry, they would find my conclusions are correct.
Fighter. And according to our polling, we were able to excite that very coalition that we would need to not only just have what the general poll is saying, but maybe even expand those numbers a little bit in case the general polling is a little off, which we've seen here and there, specifically in the state of Texas.
You announced your candidacy with an hour left before the filing deadline. Why wait until the last minute?
Yeah, so there were a couple of things about
fucking
this.
Annoying.
You know, this was a very difficult decision, as I stated at that time. In addition to that, if I was going to file, I needed to know what the Supreme Court was going to do. So the Supreme Court only told us a couple of days prior to the end of filing. If there was anyone that started to really mess us up in the state of Texas, it was definitely the Supreme Court, because we didn't even have those lines. And I'll also tell you that most people started talking about me potentially being in this race when I did an interview on Sirius XM. And in that interview, Laree, she was asking me about the redistricting. She asked me about the Senate race. And I said to her, if they want to snatch House seats, I may have to snatch their Senate seat. Listen, I want people to know that this race is bigger than just this particular race, is bigger than Texas, but also think about those down ballot races that now they're saying, listen, we've got 5 seats that were taken. But if Democrats continue to swing at the rates that we've been swinging, which is no less than a 10-point swing, then they may have thought that they were doing the Republicans a favor, but they may have been doing them a disservice. And if you have a candidate that can bring out so many more Texans, I think that we may be able to actually even get over the Supreme Court. And so I took all these things into consideration. I also wanted to try to work, because there were candidates, as I said very publicly, that I thought would be great assets potentially to the ticket because of their fundraising prowess, because of their name ID, because of a specific demographic that is very close with them to the extent that they have a rapport and would actually come out specifically for them. And so I was engaged in those conversations. Up until the last minute, trying to see if I could figure out what we could do to give Texas its best shot.
People know
she joined at the last minute because the deep state pitched her in against Tallarico. That's all I'm accepting. I'm sorry. It's a Senate seat. These things are big deals. Democrats understand they have a shot here, and they really, really don't want to lose it out to Tallarico. Who was the other guy who dropped out? I'm blanking on his name. Well known. I'm not asking for a deep pull. Alred, thank you. Yeah, they. It's exactly the same thing that happened with Mamdani. I appreciate, the world has gotten a lot more cynical. You all have, I have. I appreciate basically nobody pushed back against and not just a very common assertion that Cuomo was basically just pitched in to fight against Mamdani. He did not have any independent interest in running. He was pitched into it. He had no interest in it. He was basically strong-armed into it because they did not want Mamdani to win. I think it's happening. I think it's happening again. I think it's going to keep happening. I don't really buy that argument. Tallarico's been a darling of the DNC for a while now. Well, you know what, Masaigu? I could actually be persuaded to not be as cynical on this, and it would be if the mainstream Democrats fell in line behind Tallarico. After all, it's a direct competition between Tallarico and Crockett, it makes sense that you would fall behind the candidate you like the most and the one you think has the best chance of winning. It's not like with Mamdani where this is some moratorium on Israel or whatever the fuck, you know? If Democratic leadership falls behind Tallarico as the obviously better choice, then yeah, I'll change my mind on that. And I'll just assume that it's just Crockett's narcissism that drove her to run at the last second.
You as a fighter, but let's talk about policy for a moment here. If you were to win and represent Texas in the sit-in, what are the top two issues you would pursue?
Yeah, so for me, it's definitely going to be voting rights. I definitely got to make sure that I throw that in there, but it's housing and it's immigration. So I'm going to lay out why it's those three, and then we'll move on. So
Are there any polls out for the race? Right now, Crockett is 8 points ahead of Tallarico, but it's also literally like just the very beginning. The race between the two of them hasn't even really started.
On voting rights, that's where we get the opportunity to have our representation. And it is clear that we've been thrown into chaos with the chaos leader that we have because we did not have in place a Voting Rights Act like historically we had the Voting Rights Act, which had been signed into law by LBJ. That's number one. So when we're looking at, will we get the health care that we need? Will we get access to the education that we need? Will we get access to someone who will listen to the needs of the people? We have to make sure that we're going to be fair about the lines that are drawn. So I think you don't get anything without fair lines. And so that's why voting rights would be number one on the list for me. Number two, though, would have to be housing, because right now people are hurting. Our economy is struggling right now.
Well, it's new for me to hear her talk about policy at all, so I guess I'll take what I can get.
And so when you're looking at things like, am I going...
You guys are just being racist. She can easily win if she gets enough Black Hispanic vote. Okay, listen, for one, I don't believe in breaking down your appeal based on like the racial blocks of the people you're talking to. That's weird fucking neo-lib consultancy speak. I don't believe in that shit. You just try to appeal to as many people as you can, okay? Black people are going to vote for her because Black people vote for Black people. It's just true. As for Hispanic people, I would not take them for granted as a moderate Democrat. And also, no, polling shows that she loses against Republicans right now. It's Texas. It's not exactly a blue state, you know? There are lots of white people in Texas. There's nothing... And by the way, I reject your disingenuous accusation of racism. Nothing that has been said has anything to do with her race, apart from the fact that she is Black and her... you know, appeal to Black voting blocks, I suppose. You know, you're just invoking that because you don't like criticism directed against her. But people are tired of that. This disingenuous henpecking, everything that you do, everything you say that opposes our agenda is bigoted or racist. People are done with that, okay? Trump won, 2024. The American people are sick of this shit. No more Hillary Clinton, no more Joe Biden, no more what would Medicare for all do to fix, you know, the queer voting rights or whatever the fuck, okay? We want good things and we don't want bad things. All right. I will vote for 1 million good, effective Christian white boys before I vote for a single disingenuous, ineffective, narcissistic, Israel-loving sociopath Black woman. Okay.
To be able to buy a home. In fact, when we look at the 24 election, we know that most young people were saying, I can't afford to buy a home. And if you can't afford to buy a home, then you can't start to build that generational wealth. So as we start to talk about this wealth gap and how it's widening, there's so many layers to this, but this is how you build that generational wealth. In addition to kind of like dovetailing on that, and we're us talking about the fact that there is this widening gap, you've got to talk about the fact that I actually want to raise the minimum wage. I think it's necessary. So when you're talking about whether or not the state of Texas or just the country in general is going to be in a better position to be solvent, what we need to do is make sure that you don't have working folk that, as we saw during the shutdown, were having to line up and go and try to get food from a food bank. These are working people. People saw the images. So right now we have...
Her interior decor is also sociopathic. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but you're right. What the fuck is going on behind her? Are these divider shelves in the middle of the room? Like they're not up against the wall, I don't think. That's crazy.
So many corporations that are getting away with not paying a livable wage to their workers. and getting tax cuts from us, and we're having to supplement and help their workers. That doesn't work for anybody. That is fiscally irresponsible. And then finally, immigration. I just don't think that you can talk about the state of Texas and not talk about immigration.
Right. We need somebody picking the cotton.
Here's the reality. Right? The plurality of people in the
state. Her words, not mine. It's all part of the same segment. She brought it up. In case anyone joined the stream after, you can. Where is that? That shit looks really bad unless you know what she said.
Immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right, right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
All right, there we go. Now, okay, just reestablishing.
Of Texas are Latino. The reason that I bring that up is because whether you support the immigration policies that were laid.
She's not making Nazi comments towards Muslims, Syrians, and Somalians like your friend Trump. I apologize for all the good things that I've said about Trump and my years and years of uncritical support towards him. I can be convinced off of my support for him, but it will take many more $5 donations.
Laid out, which are not currently being carried out.
I can feel myself being pulled away from the MAGA path. It's working.
We know that there are people.
You have a moral obligation to pull me away from it, considering the fact that I have a large public platform. Like, your money is better spent here than it would be at like an orphanage or like a, you know, any charity, basically.
That are telling us every single day. In fact, I had a hearing in the Senate just yesterday. So on my first day back, I had my first hearing in the Senate, which is kind of, serendipitous, but nevertheless. So we had a joint hearing and we heard from 5 U.S. citizens. They are all of, not all of Latino descent, but the vast majority of them were. Yeah. And they were talking about what had happened to them. They had talked about being shot at. They had talked about being incarcerated. And it was all because of the color of their skin. So regardless as to whether or not they believe that we should be stronger on immigration, what's happening right now, violating people's due process rights, that is something where people are being racially targeted. And I think that you can't run for this type of seat and not address that when 41% of the state is Latino.
You're well known among Democrats. You're popular with progressives.
Well,
probably less so, though, with Texas independents. And those independents, as you know, though, lean conservative here in this state.
I really do think the only reason she's popular in those spaces is because the main thing people know her for is being rude to Marjorie Taylor Greene, which, you know, based, right? But it's not really on a policy level.
What's your plan to go meet them?
Yeah, listen, I think you just talk about the real issues. I mean, you can decide that you're going to vote for a DRR because it's just kind of what makes sense, or you can decide that you're going to vote for somebody that understands the struggle of the farmer and the rancher, or what it is to live in rural Texas, because that's actually where I began my political career, was in East Texas, where I still own property. And so I know what it is to wake up and smell the paper plants. I know what it is when there's a threat about shutting down the tire plant. I know what it is.
This seems a little bit incongruous with her speech about none of us out here farming. We ain't picking cotton. Who actually farms these days?
Is when you don't have those specialists right there in your area and you have to travel to Dallas to go see a specialist. So I understand these things. I always have. And so I think engaging in conversations that matter, whether we're talking about the fact that there's a lack of access to healthcare, or whether we're talking about the fact that there is a record number of bankruptcies that are being filed by our farmers, or whether we're talking about the fact that in the state of Texas, we do trade big. And right now with these tariffs, that is hurting so many businesses, especially our small businesses. Or whether we're talking about the fact that you don't know how it is that you're going to pay for your child to go to college. And right now we have a Department of Education that is making it more.
It's great. Like, again, I'm reminded, okay, remember in that, remember the Jubilee interview with Tallarico? Not the interview, the Jubilee video with Tallarico? I scrolled past a clip of it on Twitter where he was asked a question and he responded very quickly, very unambiguously. I want to ban super PACs. Clear policy. How likely is that to happen? Not super, but, you know, clear policy. She has not said any policy. She says there's problems with healthcare and problems with immigration and housing. She does not say what she wants to do. Everyone can point out the problem. You don't have to be everyone. Republicans point out the problem. Like I've always said, you know, it's not enough to agree on the problem. You have to agree on the solution. Everyone knows there's a fucking problem with immigration. We just disagree on what the problem is. Everyone knows there's a problem with housing. Everyone knows there's a problem with income and affordability. Everyone says this. What are you going to do about it?
Difficult for you to get those funds, and instead it's becoming a matter of the haves versus the have-nots. And so I think having these real conversations, talking about making sure that people have access to capital to start their own businesses, making sure that people aren't being told, oh yes, you can get into a home so long as you sign a 50-year loan in which you'll pay some ridiculous amount of money over that time. I think we should just focus on the issues. And at the end of the day, I think that we'll find that we have more in common than not. The last point that I'll make is that I received an email specifically from a man. I looked at it this morning, and I think I'm going to keep looking at this email from Mark. And this was an email from a man named Mark that lives in Texas, and he was asking me to run for Senate. So this is prior to me getting in the race. And Mark told me about the fact that he had historically been a Republican, and he just can't bring himself to call himself a Republican nowadays, but that's who he is. And he told me that he doesn't agree with me on a lot of issues, but he said, we need your leadership and your clarity in this moment because the Republican Party has lost its way. I think there are more Marks out there than not. People that see through the nonsense and recognize that people are weaponizing these labels and trying to make people be scared of me. But at the end of the day, I'm a Texan. I want to be safe like everybody else in my home. I want to make sure that those kids that are growing up in my neighborhood, that they have opportunities to recognize the American dream. I want to make sure that when we're doing immigration, we're doing it smart and we're not letting bad folk in. But
what's your policy? Well, when we do immigration, I want to make sure we're doing it smart. We're not letting bad folk in. What the fuck are you?
Instead, we're making sure that those people that have real asylum cases or whatever contributions they're trying to make to our country, that those are the ones that are getting in. And frankly, I think it's abysmal that we have lost 1.1 million jobs, and it's not even been a year since this administration has been in. I also think that it is terrible that on my launch day, I had a mother come to me and say, I was going to send my son to you to see if he could get a Service Academy nomination. But under this administration, I am scared to send my son into the service, and all he wants to do is serve our country. But as a mother, I am scared because I don't trust the people at the top to do what's right and do right by my son. That is a shame.
She's in the weave. That's racist.
Democratic primary voters, though, are going to see you and James Tallarico on the ballot first.
He's so fucking unimpressed.
What would you tell him? I've read a lot of online chatter who say, why in the world are the two best Democrats in this state running against each other?
I'm so fucking bored listening to her. Yeah, it's called Mamdani slop, you know? Every Democrat now understands that the only way to win election is to pretend to be progressive. Like there are no blue dog Democrats anymore. There are no longer any Democrats who are going to win contested races off of being like establishment and more like, I don't know, fucking Schumer or whatever, you know? They all have to play that game. But it's so fucking boring to hear them just run through all these. Hey, did you know we have a problem with housing? Did you know we have a problem with immigration? Did you know we have a problem with affordability? And have no ideas. Mamdani didn't just talk about the problems. His laser focus was on the solution. Same with Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders wasn't known for talking about how healthcare was bad. He was known for talking about Medicare for all. Mamdani wasn't known for talking about how housing is overpriced. He was known for talking about freezing the rent. They were solution-oriented.
How are you most different from him?
I think it's probably experience. You know, at this point in time...
Classic. Just chef's kiss, you know? Perfect. The perfect deep state establishment Democrat response. When you have nothing else to say.
I think everyone will agree that we're living in unprecedented times, and let's hope that we never have times like
You're
this
both
again.
like 40.
But we know that I've been on the state level. We know that I currently serve on the federal level. And by the time we get through this election, it would have been about approximately 4 years. This is a big job. And so I think that there's more question marks. There's tons of receipts for who I've been on the federal level, for what my advocacy will look like. And regardless of what people try to say or how they...
Always tons of receipts, never actually like saying what it is. Dude, remember, you remember the clip where somebody was following her around in the Capitol building saying people have concerns about your record on voting for Israel? And she said, what the fuck is wrong with you? You shouldn't fall for fake news. You can go out there and look at my record, but I don't want to talk about my record right now. Good night, y'all. And then she left. She keeps doing this.
Try to paint me. The facts are the facts, right? We know for a fact that I've actually worked across the aisle. We know for a fact that prior to entering into this very competitive primary, our senator had nothing but good things to say about me. Me and Senator Cornyn have worked together on things where we could find common ground. Senator Cornyn made it clear that when I got to Congress, if there was something that I felt like was smart and good for Texans, that I should come to him. I should not look for a Democrat on the Senate side. And so we've worked on fentanyl legislation together. We've worked on food security bills together. And frankly, I've worked with other Republicans to make sure that we got an ARPA-H location into my district in 30. It was Kay Granger, who was the Republican chair of appropriations, that helped me kind of co-lead this effort to bring together Republicans in our region. So, you know, there are documents and letters showing that I have worked together for what was good for Texas. And it was only Texas. Texas was the only red state that ended up getting one of those ARPA-H locations. And what that meant was investments right there in Texas 30. What it meant was diversity in our trials. What it meant was exploring and trying to make sure that we were ready and prepared, hopefully for the next pandemic that hopefully is not coming too soon. These are the things that I've done. Like, this is just the record. Those are not the things
that hopefully is not coming too soon. She really is in the weave. I'm sorry if that's insensitive. It's crazy.
Actually go viral. And so I think that when it comes down to it, when people are like, should we take a chance or should we go with what we know? I think that that's really the biggest difference. I don't think, you know, obviously I worked with James on the state level, and so it's been a while since we've worked together. But I think that that's really the biggest difference. And I think beyond that, you have someone who has a lot higher name ID. My name ID is close to twice as high as James Tallarico's name ID. And so with that, you know, we are going into a race where I personally believe we have to expand the electorate. But if the basic electorate, which is where we're getting the name ID numbers from, if they don't know who you are, I don't know how you then go beyond that and go and grab up other.
She does have a net negative perception in Texas, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't she? Like marginally net negative, because there is a lot of coverage of her that is negative from the Republican Party. That broad name ID is not to your favor, you know?
People. We can do this, but it is going to take a heavy lift. And the final point that I'll make is, you know, like I have traveled this country on behalf of Democrats everywhere. I have never put self first. I have always put what mattered most to the American people first. That includes campaigning in California for Prop 50. That includes campaigning in Pennsylvania to make sure that they retain their judges just in case something goes crazy and we have to have election cases that go up to them. That means making sure that I campaigned in Virginia for Abigail Spanberger. That means that I went into Florida and tried to get Debbie Murkowski across the finish line in Florida for the Senate. And I could go on and on and on and on. Well, what has happened is that I've put in a lot of goodwill. And so instead of just relying on those in Texas to help us organize and make those phone calls and potentially get on doors, I've already, part of me waiting, so to speak, I was working. We're going to call it my working period. We're not going to call it my waiting period. I was calling and I was asking people, I was asking elected officials all over this country, if I do this.
You know, she could never, ever, ever expand the electorate, because everyone, if you envision like an annoying Democrat, this woman appears in your head. It's in the dictionary definition. If you create from first principles, if you created like the image of some consultancy driven, obnoxious corporate drone Democrat, this is what would pop up in your head. Who would ever listen to this and think like, oh my God, the Democrats are finally offering us something new?
We have the earliest primary. Our primary is at the beginning of March, along with Arkansas. It's just the two of us. So I was like, listen, people will need something to do. Can you agree that you will get your volunteers to help us out in Texas? And so I have some of those assurances. And so I am able to expand the organizing effort beyond just Texas. But absolutely, we're going to go in, we're going to get Texas fired up, in addition to making sure that the rest of the country understands how important this seat is to our democracy as a whole, and therefore gets involved.
Colin Allred dropped out of the race for Senate. Do you plan to reach out to him to ask for his endorsement?
I will let you know.
What the fuck does that mean?
I feel like you're trying to get into my conversations. I'm not.
Do you plan to seek an endorsement?
Did you have a conversation?
You'll know what you know when you know it, is what I'm going to say.
Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Oh.
You on that one.
Have you had a conversation with him?
I will tell you that Colin Allred and I have been friends for quite some time. And so we've had multiple conversations as things have played out in general.
How bad does it look if she's evasive over even something like this? Like, you just spent 20 minutes filibustering over nothing. You're going to be evasive about seeking endorsement, like the easiest, most obvious, straightforward thing you could give a yes or no answer to. Do you want their endorsement or not? Yes or no? Are you going for what even here?
At that, because one thing that I don't ever do. So when there's reports about things that have happened, unless they can cite myself or the other person on the other line, chances are the reports are false. But I don't go against someone and betray their confidences. So I'll just say that I've had multiple conversations with Colin Allred about various things.
Before I let you go, I want to ask your thoughts on Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's had a mea culpa. She has, she's not running again. She's been critical of President Trump, something that a lot of people thought they'd never see. You famously clashed with her multiple times.
What are you doing?
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, maybe we can team up. Maybe I can get her to Texas, since we seem to be on the same team now. No, I think it's really telling. I think what we see is that the walls are crumbling around the president. We know that Marjorie has been one of the fiercest, most loyal supporters of the president in all ways. And for her to feel as if she should go against him, it has to be really, really bad. This is someone who took on our former president, sitting on the floor in the State of the Union and having a MAGA hat and trolling him and doing all these things. But I think that people should not forget who Marjorie has always been, number one. I want you to always remember who she's been. But I do think that it is important for people to understand the political violence element. This is the part of this that I don't want to be downplayed. As people are like, oh, why run and this and that and whatever, it is a real sacrifice, because when you put yourself out there and when you are brave enough and confident enough to stand up to arguably the most powerful person in the world and tell him he's wrong when he is, right? Most people aren't telling him he's wrong, not because they believe he's right, but because they're scared. And so once
I'm so sorry. She actually like lulled me to sleep. I must not have gotten good sleep last night. Get me the fuck out of here. Crockett sucks with a bunch of S's segment over. Fucking holy shit. She's so bad to listen to. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. Get me on anything else. I think I stroked out. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Want to see something worse? The Brown shooting was nowhere near the most prominent shooting within the same 24-hour period. Yeah, there was an anti-Semitic shooting over at Bondi Beach in Sydney, which is in Australia, I'm told. They don't have a lot of guns over there, so a shooting's actually pretty... That's so it's a big deal over there, you know? Yeah, 16, Jesus Christ. Anyway, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I only saw this briefly beforehand. My understanding is that the shooter is Muslim, but the guy who stopped the shooter is also Muslim. So, you know, you've got... Correct? Yeah, okay. So you've got... Yeah, you're... It really balanced out. The gunman was stopped by a Muslim man named Ahmed Al-Ahmed. Okay. Yeah, the only thing that can stop a bad Muslim is a good Muslim. Do Muslim moms know that there are more than like 3 names? We need to teach them. At least 38 others were injured in the attack. Death toll rose. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. Obviously an anti-Semitic attack. I don't know why else you would target a Hanukkah event. Oh yeah, here's the shooter being stopped. I saw this video. Shit's crazy. Look at the bravery, man.
Oh!
With the hug from downtown. That is a big-ass gun. Is that French? Still shooting. So there are multiple are there multiple shooters? Was this just one of the shooters? There are. Okay. So one of the shooters here has been 2 or 3. Okay, gotcha. So I guess all it takes to stop 2 or 3 bad Muslims is 1 good Muslim. There's actually like a good ratio there. High amount of self-control, not shooting the shooter, TBH. Man, you don't want that on. No, you don't want to do that. If you've got them dead to rights, you've got them dead to rights. They should, you know, stand trial. Kind of came in pretty hesitant with the tackle, right? Like that, I feel like that was a pretty hesitant tackle. This looks like a hug, you know? The guy got shot in the hand. This guy got shot in the hand? He's holding the gun with both hands even though he got shot? Damn. Gotta hurt. I've never been shot in the hand. I imagine it would impede my ability to hold a gigantic rifle. He got shot twice. The other guy shot him after this video. Okay, it looks like a whole bunch of shit is happening. I think he got shot afterwards by the second shooter. Okay, 3 to 5, possibly 17 shooters. There was a whole like gun kata fight after this video took place. There were backflips. Keep watching. Well, I don't. The second shooter gave the disarmed guy another gun. What the fuck is going on here, man? I assume the cops just what did they have to clean up? Cops are on vacation. Listen, man, it's Australia. They're not trained to deal with mass shooters over there, you know? Oh yeah, okay. I'm continuing the video. I see there's another shooter and he's got another gun and it's a whole goddamn thing. Sheesh. I don't know why he didn't shoot the guy after taking his gun. Well, because you want him to stand trial. Here's a 10-minute video. I don't want to watch. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I apologize for being cringe millennial. I don't actually want to watch a 10-minute mass shooting video. Thank you. Usually when we watch videos relating to mass shootings, it's like the cops arriving afterwards. You know, I don't really need the play-by-play, who did a backflip and when, and who got shot where exactly. The overall death toll is enough like direct information that I need. You know, that's enough. That's enough. Second deadliest mass shooting in Australian history. Yep. Not Great. Of course, the discourse has immediately, the discourse online is wretched. I mean, it's all gone to shit, like, immediately, because Netanyahu blamed the shooting, the anti-Semitic shooting, on Australia's decision to recognize the Palestinian state. From the PM of Israel, your call for a Palestinian state pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorists. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. They don't say anti-Semitism anymore. You know, Jew hatred is now, that's like the heavy word, because they overused anti-Semitism. They had to come up with a new one. I guess they didn't really come up with it. Those words already existed, but you know what I mean. They had to have a higher tier of anti-Semitism to appeal to.
Your call for a Palestinian state pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism.
So just unambiguously, like, after an extremely bad mass shooting, anti-Semitic mass shooting, Netanyahu's response was to run in front of a camera and say, this is because you didn't support us enough. It's not even exaggeration. That's just what happened, straightforwardly. If only you were more Islamophobic, this could have been prevented. You know Bibi's giddy it happened? Oh, God, absolutely. He's delighted this happened, 100%.
It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets.
It's actually Netanyahu's fault the shooting happened. Well, not just his, Ben Gavir. You know, there's a lot of people involved. But yeah, I would say you can blame Israel for this one. It is a policy goal of Israel to make the world anti-Semitic because it justifies their existence. Because as long as the world is anti-Semitic, they can make an argument for the necessity of Israel as a Jewish safe state. That's why they're so brash, so egregious, so hateable, so evil, and why they're always saying that Israel is Judaism and Judaism is Israel, you know? So you can blame them. Yeah, go for it.
Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, I'm
tired of religion, man. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Netanyahu's not actually religious, right? If anything, he's evangelical coded. Like the so-called Christian leaders of the United States, it is entirely a tool to political power, you know? It is, I promise you, these people are not, like, engaging in moments of private faith, like, as a reflection of their own sincere belief system, you know? Doesn't have shit to do with it. This is a no true Scotsman fallacy? No, it's not. Because there are evil people who are actually Jewish, but none of these people actually are. It has nothing to do with them being evil. It's just, to them, it's a aesthetic. It's a socio-political tool. Do you think J.D. Vance was actually an atheist for like 30 years of his life and then converted to trad Catholicism right when he was running for election? You think Trump is actually Christian? Like he believes in that? Come on. Same thing over there. Israel is America. America is Israel. These people are basically evangelical coded.
Replaced weakness with weakness.
Evangelical coded because none of those motherfuckers believe in anything they say they do. Do we know who the shooter was? My understanding is that both the 3 shooters and the 7 people who stopped them were all named Ahmed. Pretty soon this is going to be the entire West.
The horror of anti-Semitism has been unleashed in Australia, and it hasn't been properly dealt with by authorities. And this is where we are now.
You know, I don't want to blame anyone tonight other than the people that perpetrated this horror on our community. No one else is to blame. And I don't want to get into that tonight because we have a community that is in shock, that is grieving. You know, I'm in shock. And
That's a nice lady. Sky News journalist trying to turn this into a discussion on like Israel or whatever. Is she in a bathrobe? I think she's just in a robe. But also, it's Australia. They're by the beach. It's also summer down there. You know that? So, I mean, maybe she's in like a beach robe. I assume. Possibly. Yeah, let her wear what she wants. Okay, it's been a stressful Been a stressful, you know, day over there. It's just a sundress? Well, sundresses don't typically have, like, it's a robe, right? It's got, like, a closure. It's not relevant, okay? It's not relevant. I'm actually curious how Sky News has been covering this. You know, the resident Murdoch Hitlerite organization down there in Australia.
I want to bring in our colleague Shari Marks, and she's on the scene now. She was previously sheltering after a Hanukkah event in Dover Heights. Shari, what can you tell us from the scene?
So I've come down the hill and this is just where it happened behind us. To say there are dozens and dozens of ambulances. Look right across Bondi.
Do you own a beach robe? In Seattle? No.
This is a scene you never could have imagined. And Caroline and Danique, I've just spoken to the family members of 2 victims. Now, the one, as I said, I'm not going to say their names, but the one family member is a rabbi that I know very well. Caroline, you know very well. And it's his brother-in-law who was shot.
Did you own a beach robe in LA? No, nobody in Los Angeles actually goes in the water in Santa Monica. What would you do with a beach robe there? Get out of the water, wear it, and then watch like the grime, the like gray green sludge pool down and soak to the bottom hem of the robe? No, thank you.
Clinging on to life. We don't know if he's still alive or not. And just now, this ambulance next to me, it was a regular Sky News viewer, a Jewish man. His father had been shot in the shoulder, and he was just loaded onto the ambulance. So as we're speaking now, those who've been injured, those who've been shot, those who've been killed are being loaded onto ambulances. This is the most devastating, heartbreaking scenario you can ever imagine.
I know it's not unusual. It just feels kind of weird to be seeing this. We don't know if they're alive or dead. He was a great Sky News viewer, you know, while it's happening. I don't know, just it's not a very detached perspective.
And you can see who made it, who did it, but this is a rabbi I've known for most of my life, and his brother-in-law has been shot. I said, is he still alive? He said, I just don't know, I don't know. And I said, die in an absolute 5-0.
5-0. I heard the shots from the start.
It would have been maybe less than that, but it was a lot. It was in the tens. It was in the tens, and it kept going. It kept going.
I said to Laura, this is not fireworks. As soon as I heard it.
They're framing so off kilter. Yeah, I guess it's like right as it happened. I don't know. CNN?
It has been a day of terror in Australia. At least 11 people killed at an event where hundreds of people gathered at Bondi Beach in Sydney to celebrate the first day of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah. People can be seen scrambling for safety as gunfire erupts, and dramatic video shows a gunman being tackled and having his weapon taken from him right there.
I'm very curious what the actual gun is. That's just a very bulky silhouette.
Before he runs away. 2 people can be seen shooting from a bridge. Police say they also removed an explosive device from a car nearby. Police say there were 2 suspects. One of them is dead. The other is in a life-threatening condition. Authorities are labeling it a terrorist incident. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese called the attack an act of evil. CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is joining me right now from London with more on this investigation. Nick, and we're seeing harrowing moments on social media from this attack. Walk us through what you're learning.
Yeah, it really is very horrific. Some of the video.
Here's a close-up of one of the shooters. Oh, it's a bolt-action rifle. Man, it really is not easy to get firearms in Australia. Not to live out for a moment, but imagine how much worse this might have been if they had access to, you know, modern weapons. That yeah, might have been worse.
know some of the casualties and the fact that these gunmen were shooting from about 70 yards away to this open area where 1,000 people were gathered celebrating Hanukkah, the first night of Hanukkah, just about to light the first candle on the menorah. What we understand from Australian authorities is that one of these attackers, and we don't know if it's the one that's dead or the one that's in hospital with severe injuries, one of these attackers was known to the security services prior to this attack.
So many such cases. Every goddamn motherfucking time there's a terrorist attack. And we found out that the person was known to intelligence agency before. Yeah, every goddamn time. Well, just because they were known doesn't mean they could have gone in and actually, like, prosecuted them or arrested them. I understand that. But Jesus Christ. It's insane to live in the kind of surveillance state where it feels like the feds always know everything that's going on, but they never do anything in time to stop it, you know? I'm sure they do. You do hear stories of, say, in the United States, the FBI stopping school shooters before they actually do their shooting or whatever else. But it's just, this happens so often.
Them to believe that there was an imminent threat, but one of them was on the radar of the security services in Australia. That video there of the man who's been described.
Shotgun shells, that says it right there. So one of them had a bolt action, one of them had a shotgun. Apparently the civilian who tackled him to wrest the gun away from him was a fruit stand vendor. What a fucking hero, man. You have any idea how much, like, day-to-day awful shit a fruit stand vendor probably has to deal with? What a heart of steel you need to have to endure that and then be like, I will now simply risk my life disarming a mass shooter, you know?
As a hero, and it would appear rightly so. Hiding, you see him there in a white shirt, hiding behind a vehicle. He's got the gunman a few feet away from him, and he doesn't have a weapon.
This probably wasn't even his worst day.
Runs up, tackles the gunman, wrestles the gun away from him. One of his relatives has identified him as Ahmed al-Ahmed, a 43-year-old storekeeper, married with 2 children. No previous experience of firearms, according to his relative. And the sad thing about that incident, if you will, is the other gunman starts shooting at Ahmed al-Ahmed, shoots him in the shoulder, shoots him in the arm. He's getting treatment in hospital at the moment. But it is very clearly an ongoing investigation for the police to try to find out.
Do we know if the man with the bolt-action rifle was a veteran? Because I saw the video of him firing, and he was reloading pretty quickly. And if he nailed a shot on this guy after the gun was taken away from the accomplice, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty tough to get firearms experience in Australia unless you're in the military, right? Or I guess you guys have hunters. Wait. What do you guys hunt in Australia? You don't have, like, deer. What do you? I'm actually asking. What do you guys hunt? Kangaroo? Is that real? Okay, is that a real thing, or are you just saying that? Because, oh yeah, you have a kangaroo hunting license. That sounds fake. Dingoes, kangaroos, giant spiders. I don't know if that's real. Kangaroo meat is really commonly eaten. It is insane that there is a gigantic island in the Pacific that has just a completely different ecosystem to every other place on Earth. Like, everywhere on Earth has some similarities to their natural environment, and then Australia just a completely divergent path. The fork in the road for Australia, just way out there. Because, like, everyone... What the hell? Did I turn off the... Huh. We hunt deer, feral, pigs, feral kangaroos. I must have hit a hotkey. Yeah, pigs. I guess you've got pigs, kangaroo. Do you have deer there? My understanding... Deer must have been brought there. Right? Deer must have been brought to Australia? Invasive species? Okay, yeah.
More about these 2 attackers. The Prime Minister, as you said, calling an act of evil. He said it was an act against the Jewish community in Australia.
Yeah.
This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism, that has struck the heart of our nation.
Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu has criticised the Australian Prime Minister and the Australian government because he said he wrote to them back in September at the time that they were recognising, along with other countries, recognising Palestinians.
Australia also has the largest feral camel population in the world. That's insane. That sounds completely fake.
State, and he said that this was only going to make it worse for the Jewish community, that it would breed and enliven anti-Semitism, and he called on the government now to stand up and be strong. He also, by the way, the Israeli Prime Minister praised that Muslim man, the hero there, wresting the gun from the attacker, praised him for what he did in saving lives.
I mean, deservedly, that was unbelievable, and thank goodness. All right, Nick Robertson, thank you so much. All right, we're also learning more about the victims from Sunday's horrendous.
Well, probably not much point of going over this except to feel bad, right? Second worst in all of Australia's history. I wonder what's going to come of this. One of the shooters is dead and one is critical condition, right? I mean, it's not that difficult to like know why they did it. It's a terror attack, you know. Presumably anti-Semitism's the reason. There's a suspected third shooter. Well, I'm sure the Australian police will have fun running around. We export wild racing camels to the Saudis? That's insane. That's absolutely insane, but okay. Eesh. Police confirm no third shooter? Okay, well, that's probably better. Australia's pretty conservative. Australia isn't really conservative. They're just really racist against Asian people. I don't really know. I don't think with the government that Australia currently has, I don't think this is going to lead to some kind of insane 1984 crackdown on you know, on Muslims there. It's just the fact that the reflexive response from Netanyahu was to get up there and blame Australia for its own shooting. Absolutely fucking psychotic. For not being sufficiently enthusiastic about the genocide they're committing, which is probably what caused this shooting. No, it's vile. It's fucking disgusting. And it is, if the Australian government doesn't call out that fact, which they won't, I think that's reprehensible as well. For the Australian PM to not call that out is to implicitly agree with Netanyahu's comment, to essentially say, yep, we brought this on ourselves, yes, yep, weren't anti-Palestinian enough, nope, but they're not going to say anything. Posobiec is blaming Mamdani for it. Posobiec is trying to get a Twitter blue check, okay? Oh, it's really grim. Sorry. The fact that countries always tiptoe around insane and insulting Israeli statements about their country astounds me. Yeah. I know it's all deep state shit and they're all part of the, you know, the world order and they're all secretly in agreement with each other or whatever. But I really do hope sometime soon more countries learn that the only way out of this is through. Like, they need to start, like with Israel and with Trump specifically. So many countries kowtowed to Trump in an effort to get him to lower the tariffs that he placed on them punitively in order to sort of extort favorable trade deals. Europe's getting better now? Not really. Like, Europe is getting slightly better about not agreeing with every single thing Israel does, but they're not really pushing back against Trump at all, you know? Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Speaking of everyone in power all being part of the same group, you know, it's a big club and you're not in it, type shit, etc. This picture from the recently released Epstein files, this picture of Steve Bannon and Noam Chomsky, I didn't realize how recent it was. This shit was from like 2019. You see this? 2 months after that photo with Bannon in 2019, Chomsky gave this speech in The Threat of Modern Fascism.
Today, we are not facing the rise of anything like Nazism, but we are facing the spread of what's sometimes called ultranationalist reactionary international, trumpeted openly by its advocates, including Steve Bannon, the impresario of the movement.
Cool. Can't stand fascists. 10 minutes later, me and the besties. It's Foucault shit. Despicable. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like this makes him a complete fraud. I can't really abide this. It's not like, oh, we were all at the big thinkers function and here's me taking a cheeky photo with the person I hate. I mean, there's a photo of me smiling next to Charlie Kirk. I went there to debate him, right? He befriended Epstein and continued to spend time with Epstein after Epstein was convicted for sex trafficking, and specifically sought out, spent time with, and enjoyed spending time with, among other people, obviously, Steve Bannon. Don't have heroes, guys? I mean, you can have me, I guess. I promise you guys I'm not still hanging out with Kirk's corpse or whatever. But yeah, no, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It does essentially make him it's impossible to take anything he's ever said seriously, because once again it seems like the real position Chomsky's always had is that because he's a big brain boy, he's better than us, and he actually gets to violate his own rules, you know? Listen, okay, you don't understand. You're the one who has to exercise like intellectual rigor to protect the world against the encroach of fascism. Because he's a big brain boy, he gets to, he gets to schmooze with his equals, with his contemporaries, with his peers, right? It's like the aristocracy. Oh, sure, there are nice aristocrats and there are evil aristocrats, but you can like the nice ones all you want. They're still going to go to the function. Right? I mean, the nice aristocrats still go to the ball and still schmooze with all the evil generals and stuff. You know, they're nice in a given context. He sought out help from Epstein to blacklist people in his linguistics field who didn't support his linguistic theories. It's fucked up. I mean, he's obviously not a complete fraud in the sense that, I mean, he's an intelligent person. But a lot of people are just fucking massive hypocrites. They have no interest at all in applying their own. Again, I keep coming back to Foucault, because how can you be Foucault? You read Foucault? Smart guy. How can you be Foucault and believe what Foucault believed and then rape children? That's crazy to me. Like, I don't understand how you square that circle. I don't understand how you can write all that and have such a profound understanding of the nature of human exploitation and the relationship we have to power and so on and so forth, right? And then you go ahead and be French anyway. It's crazy. But I guess at the end of the day, you know, even for the smartest boys, right? And obviously, you know, Foucault and Chomsky are both very smart, or were smart, and Foucault's, you know, in Foucault's case, it doesn't really change the fact that humans are rationalization machines. So they're gonna, you know, invent some crazy internal logic to justify why they get to do the things they want to do. I don't know. Live and let live? Well, no, that's not necessarily the motif I'm taking from this one. Live and let live. I don't know. Foucault obviously should have been thrown in a hole. How did Foucault die? I don't fucking know. I haven't read nearly enough Foucault to pretend that I know enough about him. I mean, Chomsky's still alive. He's right here, man. And he refuses to answer questions about his association with Epstein. Foucault and the other intellectuals in France actually supported lowering the age of consent in France. Yeah, well, that was the one thing that Foucault wrote that he actually lived by the principles of. All the other stuff about exploitation and the, you know, the nature of the human psyche, that stuff he went back on in his day to day. The age of consent stuff, he was living that. Like, he followed through. They see philosophy the same way a microbiologist sees a brain cell, just a thing to study and write about. You know, I actually don't think that's a bad way of thinking about it. They see it as like a system that they have like thoughts to contribute to, not like necessarily a personal ethos. There's some truth to that. Obviously, like, that's psychotic, you know. Not to say that because you have an ethical system, you have to abide by it perfectly. Nobody does. But not being friends with Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon's a pretty low bar. You know? It's a pretty low bar. I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty easy one to not fall afoul of. Then again, look at how happy they are together. Chomsky cheered for the Khmer Rouge genocide. He can't go lower. I do think that his handling of the backlash to his positions in the Khmer Rouge reveals not necessarily how immoral he is, but how stubborn he is. Because if you see the way he talked about it after the fact, it seemed like he was really committed. He basically put all of his chips on a contrarian position that he was hoping would pay off. Because if it turned out the Khmer Rouge really were just engaging in an aggressive reorganization internally, and most of the deaths were down to stuff that wasn't necessarily their fault, and once the fog of war cleared, it looked like they were actually pretty good about it or whatever, that would make him look really, really smart. You know? But that's not what happened. So rather than just fully own up to it, he got really, really pissy and started not necessarily like backtracking, but saying, well, I didn't technically say X. I didn't technically say Y, you know, shit like that. He got really bitchy about it. There are a bunch of correspondences, both from at the time and after the fact, where people ask him about it, and he's like annoyed by the question, which, I don't know. I can understand being a little bit annoyed if you're getting probed about it over and over, but it really feels like he never actually acknowledged what he said or how badly he fucked up on that, you know? He was still a Pol Pot apologist last time I checked. Well, who amongst us, right? He also denied the Bosnian genocide. He was just a terminal campist. But he wasn't a terminal campist. That's the thing. He wasn't. On a bunch of other issues, he's departed from the more like orthodox campist Marxist-Leninist types, you know? There are other issues that he's disliked by those people, you know? Yeah, I don't know. In a way, it kind of feels like he got more campist as he aged. Well, I guess Chomsky did agree with Kissinger on some things after all. Well, if anything, what we learned from this photo is that if he had been given the opportunity, Chomsky would have been friends with Kissinger. Because Kissinger was also a smart guy who didn't believe a goddamn thing that he said and used everything that he said and everything that he wrote as a tool to advance his own interests. So, I mean, yeah, he would have been friends with Kissinger. For all we know, he's met with Kissinger, right? Kissinger hasn't been the subject to the kind of file leaks that Epstein has. It's entirely possible Chomsky's met and palled around with Kissinger. They're pretty similar age-wise, or were, right? Kissinger's dead now. Nat Kissinger believed in evil. Buddy, he's standing right next to Epstein and Bannon in these photos. Listen, Kissinger in a lot of ways was the Epstein of his time. Not with regards to child sex trafficking that I know of, but in the sense that he was a Machiavellian power broker who said different things to different people in an effort to bring lots and lots of people together and, you know, not necessarily like manipulate them, but leverage all of them to suit his own personal agenda. That's how he survived the fall of the Nixon administration, you know? Yeah. Remember the email he showed calling Epstein, or showing that he called Epstein with the prison phone in Brazil while visiting Lula in prison? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I keep thinking back to this interview he did in Europe where students were tearing into him about working at MIT, one of the academic backbones of the US military, and he was so uppity about having to work within systems of power. Yeah, look, the thing is, and for me, again, I'm trying to focus more and more on temperament, tone, and like emotional honesty than I am what a person's stated positions are, because there are so many fucking grifters out there. I understand, as somebody like Noam Chomsky, doing work at or with MIT. There are a million possible reasons, possible explanations he could give for why he lives in a society, right? There are a million reasons he could offer. Convincing arguments, maybe I don't necessarily agree with them, but at the very least, there are arguments. But when you get really, really defensive, when you're challenged with those questions, that to me is like the red flag. That's the warning sign. That's why when a person clearly doesn't feel like you have the right to ask of them their opinion on this, that's when it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like maybe you don't have the good arguments, or maybe if you do, those aren't the ones that matter to you. Weird shit. Okay, not gonna lie, that is a completely brain dead take like that. You can't work at MIT. I feel it's understandable to shit on someone that asked that. I don't think so. For one, Chomsky's day job has been answering questions from students for like 60, 70, 80, maybe 1,000 years. So it's his job to do that. But also, if his responses to the MIT questions were anything like the way he responded to questions about the Khmer Rouge, I bet you his responses were pretty bad. I bet you he was pretty defensive. You know? What's wrong with MIT? Well, as my beautiful partner pointed out, they have a very close ties to the American military-industrial complex. MIT, the engineers that they produce, you know, the scientists. What science exactly? Well, how do we make the bombs more effectively vaporize Palestinian children, you know? That's not the only people that come out of MIT. No one said it was, or that they were. That's true of any engineering school. Yeah, but probably more so at MIT because it's MIT. Come on, you can just Google like MIT, MIC connections. That's why they call it MIT, man. It's only one letter off from the military-industrial complex. You dummy. How we doing? We're doing good? That's great. Fun topics. Always fun. It's always so fucking fun. I'm sorry, that sounded really grumbly. I slept really badly last night. I woke up with a tummy ache. Ooh, my tummy. I had some delicious ramen yesterday from the excellent Menya Musashi over in Capitol Hill, and it was delicious, and I loved every fucking moment of eating it. And then I got home feeling great, and then I spent time with my beautiful partner and cats, feeling great. And then I went to bed, and then at 7 a.m. I woke up with a tummy ache. Very difficult. Thoughts on that cigarette from Surrounded? I have an even more important question. When the fuck is Fujimoto going to transition? We can't keep doing this, okay? New illustration by Tatsuki Fujimoto. I wonder why the self-insert author character who's envisioning the character that Fujimoto made is femme here. Seriously, he keeps doing this. He keeps feminizing himself. The artist inserts are always women. He never shows his face. He LARPed as having a little sister who he doesn't have. He always presents himself as a woman. The TV is glowing. There is still time. You're like 28 or whatever. And also, you're probably pretty androgynous anyway, you know, relative to what a white 28-year-old man would look like. You see how he draws women? He's clearly an egg. Oh, 100%. There's a reason trans women fucking love Chainsaw Man. Well, and anything Fujimoto makes, right? Chainsaw Man, Fire Punch, Look Back. I can't help you, the Horse Lord. It's been too long since I played. There was one vid of him, and yeah, pretty genderless. I just want him to come out, or her to come out. Whatever. I don't care. Never watched an anime. What's a good first? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? How far are you into Chainsaw Man? I finished reading part 1. I don't know if I can finish the rest at this point. It's too sad. I'm current on the manga. It's pretty good. Then don't read part 2. Yeah, if part 1 made you sad, don't read part 2. Man, oh man. Cowboy Bebop or Gurren Lagann a good first? Cowboy Bebop is... Gurren Lagann has a bunch of, like, weebisms that you need to be kind of slow-rolled into. The first anime I watched with my partner was fucking Kill la Kill. It's okay. I trusted them. Monster is a good anime. Now it's what got my brother and dad into anime. I could not imagine watching Kill la Kill with my brother and dad, but Godspeed to you. Man, oh man. It does break you in quickly. How's your neck? Better than Charlie's. Speaking of, you guys been following the CBS News Twitter account lately? Look at this. Barry Weiss's CBS News on the same day 2 students were shot and killed at Brown University. It's legitimately like the only... It's not the only thing they're posting about now. It's these non-stop interviews between Erica Kirk and Barry Weiss. Are they trying to pump up those numbers? Every single one of these posts is hideously ratioed. Like, nobody is happy to see them, you know? Least captured media. It's really, really funny how badly, at least for now, how bad of a job. You'd think that if you were a Zionist deep state plant whose job was to infiltrate and corrupt CBS News, you would have a better idea on how to do it than we're going to just dedicate the rest of the entire, like, all the time the network has to me personally interviewing an evil demon woman. Yeah, isn't this a little bit unsubtle? Like, here's the two, like, all the people working at CBS fucking despise us. You know, nobody respects us. I'm going to just showcase myself, the 2 least charismatic women in the world, pantomiming grief for the camera. It doesn't help that Erica Kirk looks like this. Look at her fucking face.
But we serve a just God, and I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
Look at these little sociopath micro movements she has to do to attempt to mimic the look of grief, or I guess sincere emotion.
but we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign.
It's genuinely upsetting to look at, right? Like, she does not look like a human being. Erica Kirk really does look like that. No, she does. It's insane how evil she looks. Are there not any media people at CBS who are like, "Hey, Queen, great job moving your eyes"?
It's easy in knowing that.
Shut the fuck up. There's nobody present there who's like, "Hey, the thing you're doing with like the tiny pupil eye pop eyebrow wiggle stuff, like this is really selling it. You know, people love this shit." I don't get it. Look at this shit, man. This is their last post on her from 5 hours ago. Erica Kirk's message to people who celebrated her husband Charlie Kirk's assassination. You're sick. 100 likes, 400 comments. I mean, it's CBS News, dude. What are they doing? It's just not a very effective, like, takeover. You know what I mean? Also, I know Barry Weiss is like an Israeli agent or whatever. Evil, you know, fucking envoy of Netanyahu and Ben Gvir or whatever the fuck. But they can't stop making it obvious. So Charlie Kirk was personally anti-Semitic, as all Nazis are, right? But tout along with the Israel thing conditionally because it was sort of geopolitically useful and he didn't want to like break ways with the party, you know. There's some evidence to indicate that he was kind of on the fence about continuing to support Israel, like around the time of his death. And that's one of the things that fuels the conspiracy that Israel killed him, which I don't believe. I think that's really stupid. I do think that Zionists are trying to blue and whitewash Charlie Kirk after the fact by like Erica Kirk is doing this media tour where she keeps insisting that he was like the greatest friend to the Jews ever. Remember when she was on Fox News and she said that when Charlie Kirk came home, he was like, "Hello, my children, Shabbat Shalom," or whatever the fuck. She just casually dropped Shabbat Shalom in like what this dead father would greet his children with. You know? What, she really said that? Yeah. That was this interview, not Fox. Wasn't that Fox? I swear to God that was the Morning Five or the Fox and Friends. Yeah, it was Fox and Friends. It was right here. Look at this.
It's those little things where, again, he would walk through the door, drop his bags, Daddy's home, take his phone, Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just...
That's just, it's really weird. It's really fucking weird. Why would he do that? Moreover, why are you pretending he did that? Like, I guess what I should say is, who told you to pretend that Charlie Kirk said that, right? Come on, this is like insane conspiracy bait shit. He probably did it as a joke IRL. She's literally like crying, talking about how she's going to miss her husband who was assassinated for the holidays, and she's just throwing that in as like a joke. Owen slipped her a 50 before this interview. It is true that this stuff is fueling the Candace Owens conspiracy posters quite a fucking bit. Yeah, because it really does give the impression that people are paying her off on this fake media tour to pretend that Charlie Kirk was the greatest ally to Israel ever, which you might recall was also what happened immediately after his death. Remember how, both from the Israeli government and from their affiliated Zionist grifters, there were a bunch of people talking about Charlie Kirk as though he was the greatest ally to Israel the world has ever seen? Remember? Literally, like before Kirk's body was even cold, they were talking about him like a hero for the shared, you know, American-Israeli relationship. Stuff like this is a lot of conspiracism it fuels, you know?
Walk through the door, drop his bags, Daddy's home, take his phone Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us. And that's what I always wanted to make so special for him, was coming home. I'd always say, baby, I don't care what time you get home.
At his WWE funeral, they emphasized it. Yep, 100%. Except for when Tucker Carlson was at the stage and he said people with, what was it, with head wraps killed him?
Bob Milgram is the father of Sarah Milgram. Sarah was fatally shot last May.
Here live from the 17th town hall Barry Weiss has done with Erica Kirk.
Outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., alongside Yaron Lashinsky, her boyfriend. Sarah was just 26 years old when she was killed. Bob, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, Erica.
Wait, they've done more than one? Yeah. They did a full interview, which they broke into dozens of parts and kept posting over and over. Now they've done a town hall, because this is just a normal thing you do when you're a grieving widow. You go to CBS News and have a town hall where people come up and ask the grieving widow questions. Just a normal part of the grieving process. Is this recent or in September? This was 1 day ago, I think.
Just as our...
Oh, wow. And incredibly, you wouldn't believe it, guys. The full CBS News studio interview is also hosted on Barry Weiss's network, The Free Press. I wonder how they were able to get the rights to that. Really makes you wonder, you know, how the Free Press was... had no trouble getting their hands on that. Extended a town hall with Erica Kirk. Sit down with Erica Kirk. These are separate events. Or they might have happened on the same day. They were sort of separately advertised events at the very least.
Family could not anticipate the pain we've been going through following the murder of our daughter, Sarah. There is no way I can understand the pain that you and your children are going through as a result of Charlie's tragic death. Our daughter was killed because of anti-Semitism, hate against Jews, and hate against the Jewish homeland, Israel.
Yeah, just like a very again, like, what are Erica Kirk's qualifications here? She's a grieving widow. All right, here, okay, we have a Zionist coming up who's going to ask you to endorse the state of Israel. Just, we're not getting paid off to do this, okay?
We know about the growth of anti-Semitism on the left, including here in New York City, where the mayor-elect still will not condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada.
The empanada. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's just everything is such a joke all the time. I refuse to believe that every civilizational collapse has been this stupid. It wasn't. It is. Yeah, it's true. He has not specifically condemned the phrase globalize the intifada. That is true. I mean, he's spitting facts here. I don't know what you want him to say.
What I want you to address is growing anti-Semitism on the right, including Holocaust denial.
I'm a little bit worried, and Bosch seems to slip into this now and again. You can just change the word Zionist with Jew, and it's the same old anti-Semitic rhetoric. I won't accept that. When have I done that? When I say Zionist, I'm always referring to a really broad coalition, largely of Christian evangelicals, conservatives, centrist Democrats, and about half of Jewish people. I've never used those terms interchangeably. There are certainly people who are Jewish and Zionists, but like, is Erica Kirk Jewish? I mean, is she? I don't think she is. She's wearing a cross, a bedazzled cross necklace, so probably not. No, I don't think that's true at all. I think that it is very easy to keep the lines clean, and the problem is that Zionists and the entire state of Israel have literally spent billions trying to, like in a non-stop media push, propaganda campaign, trying to conflate the two so that they can engage in exactly that kind of disingenuous silencing. You know? I don't think I have an issue with that at all. But we're dealing with a very real like rise of anti-Semitism right now. It's just that these people love it. Netanyahu, the Zionists, they fucking love it. They love the anti-Semitism because it just justifies all the bullshit they say about how they're the only safe space for Jewish people and they need to remain an infinite genocide fortress, you know, that in order to protect themselves. That's their shit. They want you to believe the world is dangerous for Jews. It's nasty business.
Anti-Zionism, and the normalizing of centuries-old conspiracy theories about Jews. Will you here condemn the individuals spreading that hate and speak out clearly enough?
Is this about fucking Candace Owens again? They've brought up Candace Owens like 5 times in between Erica Kirk and Barry Weiss. They keep talking about her.
Against anti-Semitism so we can prevent another tragedy.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm so sorry. You and I are a part of a very small club. Painful. But you're in good company, and I will pray for you.
Seriously, do they not have anyone on set at CBS there to step in and say, girl, you need to tone down being absolutely terrifying to look at?
Another tragedy.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm
like,
so sorry.
What the fuck? Nobody looks like this.
You and I are a part of a very small club. Painful.
Pain club.
But you're in good company, and I will pray for you. It sucks, doesn't it?
Recalibrating. I should look sadder while talking about the death of my husband.
It sucks, doesn't it?
Very convincing.
Hate is hate. It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our stance. Israel and Jewish people. It's awful.
Anyway, speaking of conspiracy posting, I 100% believe that she's being paid to launder Charlie's reputation as a warrior for Israel. I think that after Charlie's death, Erica Kirk was approached and she was told, like, you're going to do a media tour anyway because you didn't love him, because no one really did. But you want to make money off this. We all want to, you know, we're all interested in getting in on this grift. You are going to pretend that Charlie Kirk was like the world's greatest ally to Israel. You know?
Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? What healing factor comes out of hating Christians? What healing factor comes out? Hate in general. Nothing. Nothing. Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. He would always say it.
She even borrows their euphemisms. Rather than using anti-Semitism, the word everyone has always used to refer to anti-Semitism, we're now using Jew hate, a term that is spiked in usage. By the way, what I'm saying right now, totally unsubstantiated. This is just in my experience, right? But after October 7th, there was like a window where everything was anti-Semitic, and then it was like, well, fuck, we need like a more punchy term, you know? And they came up with Jew hate, because like anti-Semitism wasn't enough anymore. She's even using their goddamn, their synonyms.
We've been to Israel twice together.
It's all cool, as I think, yeah.
And to be able to walk in the place where our Lord walked.
Ew.
And see the Bible come to life in Technicolor.
What?
How could you hate that place?
Israel? Does anyone here not believe she's being paid off to glaze Israel? Go to Israel to see the Bible come to life in Technicolor? What the fuck are you talking about? The cool shit in the Bible was like the magic spells and the wizards and stuff. Not the fucking desert. It's just like the Bible. Me looking at like a yellow rock. Well, I'm pretty sure the part people care about, or the parts people care about in the Bible, were a little more, I don't know, circumstantial. I like the guy where the story where the guy gets swallowed by a huge fish. Yeah, but you can't see that in Israel. I bet in Israel people swallow fish instead of fish swallowing people. It's not like the Bible at all.
How could you hate the Jewish people? Why? Because you need to fulfill a conspiracy theory? I'm wrapped in, people say I'm a part of conspiracy theories all the time.
Girl.
It's sick, and it needs to stop. We are human. No one is perfect. No Christian is perfect. No Jew is perfect.
Does anyone remember like what the question was? Wasn't she just asked to denounce anti-Semitism? Wouldn't it have, like, imagine if she knew how to talk and wasn't a robot, and she said, "Yeah, of course we denounce anti-Semitism. Obviously, I'm so sorry about what happened to your child." Instead of this weird 2-minute filibuster, she's reading off of like a tourism pamphlet to Israel or something. This rhetoric is tailor-made for American evangelicals. Yes, you are completely correct. This shit resonates with them very much because they're also not human. This resonates with them. Like, this is, it's tuned to them, like, very, very closely. I'm telling you, she's been paid off.
No Muslim is perfect. We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior.
Yeah. The evangelicals love this stuff because they're really fucking weird. They're really, really weird. Are evangelicals addicted to fakeness? Yes, unironically. That's not a joke. I think that of all the major world religions, evangelicals are unique. There is a obvious insincerity to everything they do and say, all of their performances, on every level, from the from the way they preach, to their mega churches, to the prosperity gospel. There are so many things they do that just reek of insincerity in a way that I don't think is the case anywhere else. I think you could partake in pretty much any other like popular religion and see more sincerity than the evangelicals. It's barely even a religion. Sorry, I'm really going hard on them, but they do deserve it. You know?
And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord. Because once you do that and you fully surrender to the Lord, you have no room in your heart for hate. And so, sir, I am so sorry what happened.
Yeah, like, seriously. Does she have a teleprompter? Because it kind of looks like she's looking at one. Here's the point where a guy who lost a kid on October 7th is going to come up. She is right now evangelizing to a Jewish guy. Yeah.
To your daughter. I pray that does not happen, and I pray that that is something that we can somehow extinguish in this world. But we are living in enemy-occupied territory.
Okay.
And every single day we need to guard ourselves, guard our minds, guard our heart. And the best way to do that is reading God's word. And you cannot...
The question was, from a Jewish man who lost his child, can you condemn anti-Semitism? Can you repeat that?
Best way to do that is reading God's word.
Okay.
And you cannot separate the Old Testament from the New Testament.
Yeah, you can. Very, very cleanly. They did. Like thousands of years ago. It's a whole different religion. Oh my God. It's like it really is. It's the end state of the super disingenuous Judeo-Christian value cult with the evangelicals. This is specifically for the people who believe that Israel exists to bring about the rapture. These people are actually death cultists. I mean this sincerely. I don't mean this in like they don't care about climate change or whatever. I mean that their whole belief system is that the world is at the precipice of rapture, And it is their job to support the positions that will bring about its end. They want the world to end because they think that they, the faithful, will go to heaven. They also think the Jews will all die. They're not, after all, the faithful. But whatever, you know. I worry sometimes when I say this, non-Americans think that I'm exaggerating, or they don't actually know the tenets of evangelical rapture belief, so they think that this is an exaggeration. This is the reason why these people are so difficult to work with politically, because to them, what is the point in trying to fix anything in the world? The world is ending. Why you don't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you fix the roads or if education works. Education just distracts you from God. You're all about to go to heaven or hell. What the fuck does it matter if you know your times tables? They don't believe in society, so they don't believe in supporting it. They think they're all at the end and this is it. And they think you're silly, honestly, for being like caught up in whatever the fuck you care about. You know, they don't give a shit. Do you think people like Erica Kirk believe that? No, I think she's being paid to say this. I think that they're trying to... This is an effort by both the Republican Party and by the State of Israel to manufacture a permanent base of support for both of those groups. The GOP as the real ally of Israel and Israel for its own reasons. You know, through this like evangelical rhetoric. Keep in mind, these people are only about 12% of the population, but she knows she's lying, of course. Yeah, she's doing it for the money. Isn't it blasphemous to predict the rapture? It's blasphemous to predict the date of the rapture. It's not really blasphemous to think the rapture is coming soon, because basically all Christians have thought that for all time. Seriously, there has always been a significant portion of the Christian population who thought they were in the end times. They've been thinking it for thousands of years. It's a pretty dumb religion. Well, okay, my understanding is that it used to be less common before Protestantism, because back when everyone was either Catholic or Orthodox, it was easier to stamp down on the rapturism because you had a pope, or, you know, you had a patriarch or whatever. So there were people who thought the rapture is going to happen any day now, but then the pope would just have you killed, right? But with Protestantism and all of the, you know, myopic, narcissistic, it's my relationship with Christ that matters and nothing else, who cares about works, bullshit, now all of a sudden everyone becomes empowered to make their own predictions, you know? It's still blasphemy to predict the date of the rapture, but, you know, they've gotten louder about... Yeah. Well... Not that blasphemy stops them? No. The rapture isn't even 200 years old. It's a new innovation. I know I'm not a religious historian. I know for a fact that there are like, or were, small cults of Christians, Catholics even, or offshoots of Catholics, who did have their own little, like, the world is ending bits, but nothing even close to Protestantism. Like the entire wing of Christianity. Protestantism is evil. It shouldn't exist. It should just be Catholics and Orthodox. And the entirety of Europe and the New World should be split between the two, and they should war constantly. There should just be like a you know, no-go zone splitting like right down the middle of, let's say, Poland. And that should be where, I mean, it should just be unlivable. You know, a very much militarized zone, and they should just war forever. Protestantism is spiritually Israeli. It's actually the other way around. Israel is and always has been a Protestant project. That's not a joke. That is true. American Protestantism has been, certainly for the past half century, the ideological fucking foundation. It has never been about Jews, man. It has never been about Jews, you know? It's funny, in an ironic way, Israel kind of became the Christ of Europe, because they used it as a sort of sponge to absorb all their sins, right? Rather than deal with the implications of the Second World War and what that might mean both about those countries and what they're capable of doing and supporting. Why don't we just build Israel? We can't be that bad if we fix it, right? You know, I mean, we're fixing it right now, right? It's one of the reasons why Germany, the state of Germany, is still so insanely apologetic for Israel, right? Like they'll do or say anything to defend Israel. A lot of it actually is a kind of generational guilt. Maybe pretty insincere guilt, but I do think there's a strong narrative there of like, we have to make this right, you know? I think a lot of them are lying about it and they're using that as an excuse for other ends, but there are a lot of people who feel that way. Also, my understanding is that in Jewish religion, they're forbidden from returning to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is mandated by God. Not all Jews believe that. But when you guys see Orthodox Jews in the United States who are anti-Israel, it's almost always for that reason, you know? These are deeply conservative Jews. You know, we're not exactly talking about, they're not progressive kings or anything, but they do believe, basically they believe that to be Jewish is to be cursed to forever wander, right? Like, you know, Moses, he fled, he wandered the desert. So their thinking is like, well, why do we get to go back there now? Like, why? What happened? You know? God didn't tell us we could. We were cast out. Except in NYC where it's far enough from the curse. Well, I mean, obviously their ideology is bunk anyway because NYC is the real Israel. So when they settled there, they kind of broke the tenant either way, but you know. The Hudson was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Globalize the empanada. All right. Yeah, so anyway, Israel's paying her. I 100% believe it. Israel and the deep state are buying her off in an effort to try to win over the remainder of Charlie Kirk's supporters to keep them from shifting over to largely Candace Owens, who has been hoovering up like a huge portion of the the conservative base lately. It's mostly Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Fuentes and Owens really did win, huh? Nothing ever ends, my friend. If in terms of making the money, oh yeah, Owens and Fuentes have won. But in terms of winning the political movement, both of them are more interested in being influencers than they are doing the work to actually Nazify the United States. I promise you. So, you know, the cycle continues. Israel is paying Erica Kirk. Fuentes is also on the opposite side of Candace Owens. They're playing both sides. They're doing a really good job of, like, filling the space, you know? It kind of makes me wonder, who the fuck do we have apart from Hassan? Like, at that size. I don't think we have anybody. And Hassan's not as big as either of them. So, yeah, it's pretty much... There's one? No. Kyle? Kyle and myself are not large enough. I'm talking like huge. All I can really think of is like Midas touch or whatever. Like it's man. I don't know, man. Not a lot out there. At least you weren't condemned by Mamdani. That's true. Destiny will be. I don't know what he's doing these days. Like, it used to be I would see posts on Twitter where people would be like, hey, look at the insane shit he's up to. Look at here's him doing a handstand. Here's him debating neo-Nazi. Here's him debating a communist. Here's him fucking some guy. I don't know. That's up there. Here's him beefing with his kid. I don't he's always doing something. Lately it's been quieter. Maybe it's probably just my Twitter algorithm. It probably has nothing to do with him and everything to do with just me liking too many pictures of girls with fat asses. So now that's all I see. And I'm like, the not girls with fat asses side of the internet's really been quiet lately. I wonder what they're up to. Yeah, but probably also paid subs and bots to some degree. For Destiny? I don't think he would do that. He just doesn't. I don't think he'd do that. Oh wait, do you mean like covering him or like him buying views to his streams? Because I don't think he would. That's. Oh, I mean the far right figures. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes way more sense to me. But yeah, no, not him. What about guys with fat asses though? People are going to hate me for this. People are going to hate me for this, and they're wrong to. But I think the ceiling for good asses with guys is actually higher because of the fat distribution. Because guys, they don't have as much fat distributed down to their thighs and ass. So if they get in really good shape, they can have like a real bubble butt. Like the gay guys who have the perfect bubble butt, it's like an actual semisphere, you know? Whereas, listen, I'm not saying it's bad to not have a butt like that. I'm just saying that for my personal taste, that's like pretty apex, you know? And for any like proportional fat distribution down there, the ass is going to be more kind of sloped out, which is great. Listen, okay, you can't waffles or pancakes this one, okay? They're both phenomenal. I'm just saying I feel like marginally edges out towards the bubble butt, in my opinion. Love it when you can see it from the front. You mean the butt fangs? Like if a person has a thigh gap and you're kind of at level with the crotch and you can see the glutes from... Because those are really tough to see in real life. Well, whatever. So you prefer pancakes? No, I prefer waffles, actually. I think waffles are much tastier than pancakes. Maybe not much, but, you know. You can just do more with waffles, you know? It accumulates more maple syrup or butter or whatever you're doing inside the ridges, and there's a crispiness that you don't get from the pancakes. All right. You know what I'm going to do, folks? I'm going to read donations, and then I'm going to play some Expedition 88, which was promised 9 Game Awards 3,000 years ago. And finally, we're living the day. They got it. As a Belgian, this is really important. Do you put chicken on your waffles? I don't know what position you have on this, but I need you to understand that chicken and waffles is phenomenal. And if you dislike it, I not only genuinely think you have bad taste, I also think you're racist because it's black food, you know? As with basically all delicious American food, black people did in fact pull that one from the ether. Banned from Belgium? Fuck you. I bet your waffles are like really... I bet your waffles are stroop. I bet your waffles are like really flat and really sugary instead of extremely big and fluffy. I'm on to you. Belgian waffles are known to be thick. Oh, so okay, right. I might be thinking like Dutch waffles, the stroop waffle or whatever. Candy Lex, thanks the tier 1 sub. Sake, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Semi Locon, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Vorse, that is true. Snow, thanks the $5. Who do you think is the best female protagonist and why is it Freerun? I don't think it's Freerun. Also, I don't really think Freerun's the protagonist, right? I feel like, if anything, Fern is the protagonist because Freerun is... Well, they're all protagonists together. What's the term? Diactagonist? Triagonist? When you have multiple protagonists? You know, I think that she's more of like a supervisory character. They're all great. They're all great. You know, no hate. I love Freerun. I love the first season. I can't wait for the second one. I hope that more non-racist people watch it because I really do not think that right-wing opinions are supported by the text of the show. Best female protagonist. I don't know. Really, I'd have to think about it. I don't really think of it like that. I don't think I've ever thought like best protagonist. I guess I would have to think about what I'm like selecting for there. I guess. fuck, I don't know. Of all, in terms of women whose perspective I enjoyed, I guess, the most, probably Marcille from Dungeon Meshi. That would be my my tentative pitch, but I might have to think about it more. Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I've had 3 people close to me die in the last 7 days. Oh, Jesus. However, I still have that fight left in me. I ain't done yet. Your streams are a highlight for me. Well, I'm happy to be able to get back to them then. Miss Gender Lynn, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing okay. Bear with a Beard, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Hello to the Netherlands. Beautiful country, or so I'm told. Not for its weather. Checkmate, David, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I love the maturity you seem to display lately. I appreciate that. So I was just a very brief mental slideshow of every poop joke I've made in the past 7 days. It's a breath of fresh air to see other men who value the joy of living regardless of the shit show. Yeah, I do think, fuck, there's a term for this. There's a term for this that I only learned recently, and I'm blanking on it right now, and it's really, really frustrating. Not a term, a saying. What am I thinking of? Be pessimistic in intellect, but optimistic in will. Was that from, who is that from? That German... it's not from me. It's from, it's of course it's not from me. From Hegel? No. It's from a woman. It's from, I'm blanking. I don't know. Maybe one of you will know. You could Google it and find out. I mean, I think I got the quote correctly. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the very kind tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Zaneswe Official, or Zanswe, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you. Is it Luxembourg? It's my 30th today. Yo! Happy 30th yesterday, Zanswe Official. Thank you for that sweet birthday money. Thanks for the entertainment these past few years, bro. My pleasure. Seriously, my pleasure. I've had a delightful time. I can't imagine doing anything else at this point. That is to say, I've made myself utterly useless to society. But, you know, kind of your fault for rewarding me for bad behavior. Rinia Wu, thank you for the $5. Came back from Tokyo, painted my skin blue for Machine Girl. Miss you. Hope the folks are doing all right because I woke up in Taipei. Nice. Hope you had a great time in Japan. I really look forward to my next Japan trip. I am going to be insufferable about clothing. My hope, however, is to get really fit beforehand, because if I go over there with a size 36 waist, I am not going to fit in the clothing that I want to fit in. Xenia, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I have no opinion on Hightail, I'm afraid. Felice Leo, thank you for the $25 and the information. Howdy, Vosh. I'm a bankruptcy lawyer, and I can tell you medical debt is dischargeable in bankruptcy. Really? Student loans, court fines, and child support isn't. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. I apologize for my misinformation. Many such cases. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The entire time of the interview, Erica Kirk felt like a fangirl rather than Charlie's wife. It was eerie. Yeah, she really does not give the feeling of someone who loved him or really spent that much time with him, to be honest. But I've always kind of felt like that for these people, these political operatives, these politicians, these grifters, these pundits, they've always treated their partners the same way that like old aristocrats did, which are like marriages of convenience, you know? You need to be married because being a single man at 35 or whatever is suspicious. You know, you need to be the trad guy, right? But you don't have to love each other. They're just there to produce children. That's my, I don't know, that's my guess. I mean, I don't know. Do you think Trump loves his wife? It's me, GPZ. Thanks for the $5. Why is hating on the holiday season so popular right now among young people? Well, probably just cynicism's more common these days, I feel. Gramsci, thank you. Maybe it wasn't a woman. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I just don't see gender. Thank you very much. I think people are just more cynical. And also, I think the joy of the holiday season might be tempered a little bit if you're nervous about finances. It's much easier. Also, yeah, family meetings. Like right now, everything's so polarized that like meeting with your shitty uncle who's going to ramble about transgenders or whatever probably sucks. That's my guess. I'm not a big holiday guy as myself. I'm not great at getting gifts. In fact, I'm actually like wretched at it. And I've gotten in trouble with my friends multiple times for not getting them gifts. And I always feel bad, but I'm just very, very, very bad at it. It's a character flaw. It's not an excuse. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Gabor Benedek, thank you for the 4,490 Hungarian Fortunas. Thank you very, very much. Don't worry about the national security statement. I really, really do not think that the Trump administration will be successful in moving Europe away from its own defense and towards Russia. So far, the opposite has happened. Beefless Stew and Rescriptor, thanks the $2 both. Dylan Saloy, thank you for the $5. Cancer Central, thank you for the 5 Australian, still alive. And Lady Cathonica, nice name. Thank you for the $5 both. Hell yeah. Anna Bobana, thank you for the 10 Canadian. I really, really appreciate that. John, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that as well. I know a Trump Nazi who hates Muslims, Syrian refugees, black immigrants, Haitians, and Somalians. Do you think that Trump voters are Nazis who agree, or do they just turn away when he makes Nazi comments? I think that the majority of Trump supporters are not consciously racist and just agree with what they perceive to be common sense positions on other cultures being backwards or the bad immigrants coming in. I do not think the majority of Trump supporters in their own mind and heart think like, oh yeah, there's a hierarchy of races and this country should be for whites only. In fact, polling suggests otherwise, right? A significant number of Trump supporters, a majority, a vast majority, do not support open statements of support for a white ethno-state, you know? So I mean, I'm not saying they're not racist. They are. I'm saying that I don't think they're consciously racist and are often, in many cases, just really stupid and impressionable. Oh, you donated a lot. Thank you for the subsequent 5, 2, 5, 2, and $5 donations for a total of 19 in addition to the original 10. Thank you. So Hitler-in-Chief Trump, who makes Nazi comments towards Muslims, Syrian refugees, black immigrants, Haitians, and Somalians are better. Oh, you're the person who was upset that I was criticizing Jasmine Crockett. You gave me a lot of money for somebody who disagrees with me that stupidly. I'm not pro-Trump. I was joking earlier. I don't know if you're still here, but I want you to know that I was joking. I'm actually very anti-Trump, as evidenced by, at this point, literally thousands of live streams that you can look at if you want to. Yeah, there's a large body of evidence to support my position on this. Colwell Ball, thank you for helping me denounce Trump. Healing Rage, thank you likewise. Udo, thank you for the €10. I appreciate that. Get me off that APAC money, you know? John donated $2 again, twice more, both of them calling me racist. Martin Gingrich, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Tess Trekkie, thank you for the 6 Canadian and the insight, 6 Australian, sorry, and the insight on Australian wildlife, you know? Cigarette Man, thank you for the $5 and $1. Really appreciate that. Yeah, some police state. Still alive, thanks to the 2. Tess Trekkie, thank you for the 8 Australian. Our Labour Party has existed since Federation. Every right-wing party coalesces around opposition to Labour. They're fracturing. Yes, I remember the last elections where everything shifted wildly to the left ahead of expectation. That was quite nice. Another name. Thank you for the very kind 10, 10, and $5 donations. I really appreciate those. New track dropped, Cardi B featuring Jasmine Crockett. That seems racist to me. I don't think we can associate Jasmine Crockett with hip-hop just because she's a black woman. Unless there's a relationship between Cardi B and Jasmine Crockett that I'm aware of, or unaware of. Hey, speaking of black female hip-hop artists, have you seen Nicki Minaj, like, tank what remains of her frail reputation by going hard MAGA anti-Gavin Newsom? Wild stuff. Stop the erasure of Palestinian Christians. I'm not doing it. I didn't do it. What you say you fuck me for? Ben Williams, thank you for the 5 Great British Pounds. Yes, it was Gramsci. Thank you for your correction. All right, folks, I think it's about time to expedition for the 33rd time. Or whatever the fuck we're doing in this goddamn game. I know this is not a dono, but... Oh, please, no. I await with bated breath, my love. I think I need to scale way the fuck back in the stained glass thing. Wow, really, my love? Oh, if only somebody could have seen. You're telling me you jumped into a creative project, went in way over your head, ended up overexerting yourself, and are probably now going to drag me in to provide emotional support and to help, and it's gonna be really difficult, and I'm not gonna know what to do. Say it ain't so. We gonna show the thing? Oh no, we probably wouldn't do that. No one's dragging you in. I have no use for you. Good. Good. Fuck you. All right. We're about to go fight the Mask Man or something. Have fun with your Israeli game. Thank you, I will. Okay. Damn, CL. Yeah, okay, last stream we learned CL has a fat fucking shitter. Which is cool. And we ran around and leveled up and got a lot stronger. We also got a bunch of tracks. Can you clarify the Israeli game thing? Many people in chat are confused. This game was made in Israel by Zionists, and 3,000 years ago it was predicted, it was promised, that they would receive 9 game awards at the Game of the Year Awards. No one thought it was possible, but it happened anyway. Tel Aviv's strongest soldier. Oh, I forgot. I need to move my cam. The game said all Palestinians should die for the settlements that come after. Them Zionists really were cooking on the whole bare feet thing, though. Even if that's not the skin we're wearing. Okay, I think we have one more branching path that we can go down. I think. Because we went down this way. I think now we can go down this way. We've done anger and happiness, but not sadness. This should be the sadness path. I think? No, wait, it's not. This is the path that goes down. Or is it? I don't know. Fight the merchant, chroma catalyst. Resplendent chroma catalyst. We do kind of want those. Okay, we always want to get color of lumina. Healing share. Receives 15% of all heals affecting other characters. That's pretty cool. I'll get that, sure. Do we want to get the Resplendent Chroma Catalyst? Yeah, I do. Fight the merchant to unlock the shop item. Luna, 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 Luna.
A storm is coming.
Probably not smart of me to use her when Gustav is so fucking strong. Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's a stomp attack.
No margin for error.
No margin for error.
I'll do it.
Oh, yeah, see, there's the... Nope, I was not at all prepared for those timings. Not even a little bit. Okay, we lost. Yep, I know we lost. Let's use Gustav. Like the obviously stronger... Much as I love staring at her behind. There we go.
Oh well.
Fertility. Sorry. I'm not sorry. It's pretty funny.
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path. Break.
Break. Ready to strike. Let's carve a
This
path.
guy is sickeningly strong. He can literally chain together turn-by-turn perfect breaks. I have no idea how this is supposed to be balanced. Ridiculous. A Sadon. Oh, that's a scythe. I don't care. Alright, whatever. Ha 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 ha. Sad? This doesn't look like another mask zone. This looks like it's the end zone. This looks, yeah, see, I think we have one more mask that we're supposed to destroy first. Let me just make sure. This is the happiness path, yes? Yeah, this is the happiness path. I remember. I've already walked down this way. So what about over here? Game of the year. Doesn't this just reconnect? Okay, I've been this way too. Have I been every way? Have I beaten 3 masks? Okay, so I've gone that way too. So this way? I thought this was the way to the anger mask. No, this is the way down to the thingamajig. But I've been this way. Okay, so I guess I've done everything then. Check opposite side past the merchant? I'm not sure what you mean. I've gone... I remember all 3 of those paths, so I must have gone down them. Yeah? I guess I must have done everything. Could I try warping between the flags? Sadness, anger, fail. Yeah, okay, I guess I've done all of it. I don't know why I remembered not having done so. When did I do sadness? I don't remember beating a sadness boss. You did it first, if I recall correctly? Maybe. I only remember you doing 2? Okay, sorry. Last time I'm doing this. I really only remember me doing 2. I want to defeat the Mask of Sadness. I want to defeat Erica Kirk.
I know they're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
A noble but tremendously fatal impulse.
I don't remember having been here? I remember fighting that guy. Okay, I guess I didn't finish this area. Why would I leave an area unfinished? I had to know that I would forget by the time I came back. I guess I didn't completely forget. absorbed, but it doesn't matter. Fuck you.
A bit of violence, yes?
Go!
Don't be useless.
Oh. What the fuck? Asshole. Again? These poor guys are never gonna get to play. They didn't have a chance. 40,000 EXP. No wonder I wanted to come here. Ooh, dilly.
Nice.
Nice. Glad we spent some time leveling up. I feel like if I hadn't done my little world tour back then and gotten closer to optimizing my
nice
build, this would be pretty frustrating. Gotcha, Skynet. What's up, big boy? What the hell are you? Oh, you're chromatic. Fuck.
Oh, well.
Uh-oh. Ow. Okay. Oh. I thought mortal hit would mean a gradient attack. Are you just gonna keep going? Okay. Well. No, yeah, you won. Thanks for recognizing it, game. I love that when the game fucks up a little bit and it just lingers on your corpse for longer than it should. Oh, just... Ow. Ow. This guy's pretty active, huh? Does everything in this game one or two shot you? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter if it one or two shots me if he just never stops attacking me. Like, do I ever get a turn? He did 4 turns in a row. Why does he get 4 turns in a row? Why do I keep encountering enemies that are just randomly unbeatable? Fuck.
Take cover.
Am I not able to parry that?
I'm ready.
No. Maybe he gets a turn if he kills a guy? Maybe. Okay, come on.
Minoko, get ready.
Ow. I feel like I'm parrying that at the right time.
I love a dance.
I feel like I parried that at the right time. What the hell?
I'll do it.
I definitely parried that at the correct time.
I'm ready.
I don't understand these timings at all. Then why are you dead? That's an excellent question. Well, we're gonna be here for a while.
I'd love a dance.
I bet the only way to kill him is to use combo attacks. Or sorry, counter attacks.
Your turn to shine.
There we go. We just have to counter him over and over and over and over. Oh, counter attack seems to weaken it, carry on. There we go. Sheesh.
Your turn to shine.
Come on, one hit. One hit.
That's more like it.
Okay, getting a little better. I've seen enough. Another 9 Game Awards.
I'm ready.
All right, we're learning the damn timings, okay? It's exactly what you wanted me to do, game. Are you happy? Well, evidently not. All right, we did better that time. We did better that time, and we understand the game. We just have to break the, we have to fill the break bar. Break.
I'll do it.
Break.
Get ready.
Come on.
Watch out, Minoko.
Damn, all but one. Well, at least we didn't take much damage. Mortal attack?
Oh, well.
Fuck. Mortal hit. Come on. That's the easy one. Lune's counters do the most damage by far. Fuck. Come on.
I love it.
Come on. Knock him down. Another mortal hit.
I'll do it.
No. Fuck! That one comes out faster than I expected to.
Like it.
Luna? Luna! We just have to break, I think. Oh, please tell me we're not doing this for his full health bar. Always that one I miss.
I'll do it.
Fuck! It's gotta just be the break bar. It's gotta just be the break bar. Break bar, break bar, break bar, break bar. Try sending in the reserves, maybe. I will die before I let CL get a single W in battle. Get the crits, get the crits.
Ready to evade.
Thank you.
Careful, Verso.
Dude, you're getting fucked up. You need to learn some new attacks. Good, got a crit. 2 or 3 more? Oh, I really hope it's the break bar and then we get to fight normally.
Not impressed.
Fuck. Don't jinx it. I'm jinxing it. I'm jinxing it.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
I'm jinxing it.
Bring it on.
I'm jinxing it so hard. It's all falling apart. I feel like I did that normally. I'm so mad. All right, reserve team, I'm desperate. Go, go, go. Go. I have no idea what you can do. Good. Male, it's just you now. Not very much damage. Okay, you're at full break. Is it really not break? Is it all damage? Maybe we'll never find out.
On me.
Break? Oh my fucking god, thank god it's break. Holy shit. Well, we're still fucked. She has no damage, she's low level. Wait, really? It just goes right back to him? I only get 1 turn to deal ordinary damage? Okay, this is super annoying. With a full party, that might be enough. No, he still has plenty of health. This is super, super annoying. I'm coming back to this later. Game of the year. You could swap out Luma's for pairing. That wouldn't make this less annoying. I will, however, grab this.
Interesting.
Yummy. Why does she have shoes on? It was a necessary sacrifice. Alright. Non-annoying enemies. Mostly. What lovely feet. Those feet are a bit of all right, aren't they?
Elements converge.
Ready to strike.
We get to attack again? Oh yeah, we had this thing before. I didn't even check to see what they dropped. Lumina learned powered attack. Oh yeah, let's equip those Lumina. They're higher level. Also, Monaco has like no fucking health at all. Energizing attack 1. Let's get you up here to glass cannon? Healing share? I don't know. Healing share gives you some health. Tesla 33, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Perfect.
I have a small brain. We'll come back for that fucking Radiant later. Do your first strike Lumina learn? Skynet 0. That's not the first time you've brought it up. I read every message prior to this point. I know exactly where you are. I know your IP address. Get him.
Let's cut the path.
Let's cut the path. I don't know if I like first strike being on this guy. I'm not sure. Okay. The obscene opening Phantom Stars.
Chroma is flowing.
What lovely fate. Why the fuck did that use all of my... Oh, powered attack. I gotta get that thing off of me.
My turn.
My turn. Still got the AP. Do you think the monkey thirsts after Lune's feet? I think it's just what are they called? What are the monsters called again? Not Pictos. They're called Nevrons. It's just Nevron feet that gives them the power, so presumably. I mean, it could also be a fetish thing, you know. What? Game of the year. Is Monaco a Nevron or a Gestrel? Monaco's a Gestrel. Nice. So what have you guys been up to, huh? It can't all be expeditioning. Any great big personal accomplishments you want to brag about? You know, everyone, we're always talking about the negative stuff. Nice, Thana. Just got home from a Christmas party. Nice, also nice. I had a dream last night that me and my partner railed a cute girl at a Christmas party. Of course, I have no actual Christmas parties to... Well, yes, I do. Whenever I hear Christmas party,
Expedition 39.
I think of, like, office party. But that's a different thing.
Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. Fucking creepy. I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they don't really want to kill us.
So are we not allowed to give them tips for combat? Why was I muted for 10 minutes? Oh, you really are new. No, I don't like it when people give me tips for combat. Because as I said yesterday, and this is important, this is like a top-down perspective thing, okay? If you open the door to unprompted gameplay optimization tips, that's all the chat will become. Everything you do, every moment, every time you see something, everyone will always jump in and say, I saw that, I experienced it, that would be better for you, you're playing wrong. So really the only thing that you can do if you're reading chat actively is to say, well, I won't have any of it, you know? I'm not trying to be contrarian. Hi. Oh, so we just insult you? Gotcha. You're fitting in. What emotion does this mask represent? Oh, god damn it. The boss one is the floating one? Alright.
My turn.
My turn. For those who Israel after. Oh, good dodging. Stop!
Violence.
Violence.
Storm is coming.
I'm just going through the motions. I'm just gonna dodge everything. Why not? 6,000 on the burn tick. Jesus Christ. All right. Oh, ow.
Your turn to shine.
Oh. All right. Well, now I know. Good swinging. Okay, 3 times. Gotcha. Again, sure, why not? I have no AP on any of my guys. Literally don't care.
I'm ready. Not looking good.
Okay.
Incoming. Watch out.
Nice. Couldn't dodge it. Okay. Join late, how we doing? We found a very annoying enemy. Wait, where's my follow-up attack? What is happening? Okay. Die. I broke the main piece. I got greedy with how much I was... God damn it, baby! Whatever. I'm very upset. You should start... Baby. Okay, guys, everyone. My beautiful, beloved partner who's perfect in every way, wants to get into stained glass making. Like making decals with stained glass. So, the first thing they got in their mind was to do a little ornamental decal for the knight in Hollow Knight. which involves a bunch of tiny little shapes, instead of doing like, I don't know, a square. I'm being informed that this is what broken... It probably doesn't show that well on screen, but yep, that is broken glass. I love you. I love you. Yeesh.
Ready to strike.
I'm diagnosing your beautiful partner with ADHD. I think a doctor already got to that. This is my partner. Right now. New weapon, Bucharo. Oh, a new weapon for Monaco. About time. Okay, start and balance. Start and agile. Agile mask applies rush for 3 turns. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to Monacaro for a while.
I think that's all of them.
We should be able to fight the Axon properly now.
Okay. Spoilers. One thing I really appreciate about E33 winning every category is that it at least made Kingdom Come Deliverance fans very mad. I've never really had an interest in playing that game because I don't really like simulation games, but some of the buzz that I've seen online has made me want to try it out. I just don't want to like, oh, you want a sword? Well, you can't just have a sword and fight goblins or whatever. You need to go and haggle with a merchant for a block of iron, and then you have to go to the blacksmith, and the blacksmith has to forge it, but it costs a lot of money, so you have to work a small job. I know it's realistic, but what if real life in the Middle Ages sucked? Hello, Top Hat Man. I would have traded my years for his. Gay? His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. The senseless war, why? To what end? Life shattered for what? He was innocent, innocent. Folly of his elders. Paid price for his hubits. Traded his years for his. Who are you talking about? I can't tell you. That wouldn't be vague enough. Processing.
Monoko, what does that mean? He who guards truth with lies.
Huh?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Thank you.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
Yes.
Oh my god! Guys, we can fucking change the environment's color every time you reach a new platform. Let's go. You can go into the dialogue settings and lower vagueness, by the way. That's funny. Dude, she's caked up. I haven't played this game, what's with all the floating masks? The game has made no effort to explain its setting. Why is any of this shit doing what it does? Nobody knows. Hey.
I think you pissed him off.
How could you possibly know?
You're outmatched.
You're outmatched. It's over for you, buddy. Can I even hit you? You're like really far back there. Attacks a single target. All of them? Oh. Sure. Mask emerges from the mirror.
I'll do it.
Got it. Ow. Cool. This is ridiculous. I feel like I'm playing a Final Fantasy game. Weak to fire, huh? Okay, okay.
Ready to strike.
Is that shootable? Your eyeball? Yes. What did it do? No clue. Well, we're racking up the damage.
Your turn to dance.
Ow. Ow? Ow? Well, at least I got one of them.
Fun begins.
Alright, we need to heal up. Wish I had a full party heal. I'll keep him alive no matter what.
Blood is flowing.
Okay, first we shoot your eyes. And then... why did you not just heal? Do you have Confident Fighter on? Can you not heal? Oh my fucking god, man. Total waste of the gradient charge, but whatever.
Your turn to
Anxiety mask. Ow. Ow. Well, we're still somehow alive, so that's pretty cool, you know. That's what the mask is. Da-da, all of my classes. That's not a shield! What the hell? I was expecting it to do a defensive attack. A defensive attack, defensive ability. You know what? We don't even need to remove the Picto from Luna. It's fine. Not even gonna have an outcome.
Ready to strike.
Ready to strike.
Break.
Same order? It looks like it's gonna be the same order. Maybe? Not the same attack order. Nice! There we go. There we go. That's the salt and the pepper. We.
It's flowing.
Okay, fire damage is insanely effective against this guy, so have a bunch of it.
Let's cut the path. Maximum damage.
Damn, I wasted an energy there. A lace.
Break.
Anxiety? Okay, it's not the same order. How does this one work again? I completely forget. I remembered. I remembered!
Sweet taste of battle.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
A storm is coming.
Storm is coming. Can we get the big boy damage? No. Come on, give me an ice or an earth. Damn it. What if I just reapplied wildfire? We are Charlie Kirk. Just mayhem. That was plenty of damage. I have no reason to be upset with that. Sheesh. Attack, and then full AP. And then, again, I don't know what on earth in this game I'm going to find that's better than the combos I'm using right now. Look at this.
I'll do it.
Ow. 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 Not out. Wish I hadn't taken damage there. That would have been better than taking damage. Okay, I think I'm gonna take the opportunity to heal. Just we're gonna play it nice and safe like, okay?
Didn't really need it.
Blue.
Your turn to shine.
Okay, these are not going to be shields. I remember the trick from before. See? Total deception. Okay, you... dump some extra AP. You are going to heal because we're being very safe. We're being very safe and secure. You're going to heal Luna because she's more important than you.
Now is our chance.
Luna has confident fighter, so healing her doesn't matter. I forgot. Nice. We get a free elemental genesis. disgusting. Oh, fuck, there's a phase 2. I thought that was too easy. Maybe we should have gotten some health for Luna. You haven't fought. Mael, get back in the cat box. Sorry, I'm Umineko posting. Get in the pet carrier. Ah, it's the Vague Lord. Huh?
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Merde. En garde. Oh! Well, we're not exactly doing good on health. Free attack for AP.
Cut him down.
And we're gonna perfect recovery. Nothing happens.
It likes you.
Ow. 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 Bound is a status effect that prevents a character from dodging. Well, we're not doing much of that anyway, so... Okay, Luna, we can only heal by resurrecting her anyway, so... In your case... Get lucky? No, we're not getting lucky. Not even a little bit. Wow, look at that. Alright, we're wildfiring. Do we want a wildfire or do we want a mayhem? We want a wildfire.
Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Bring that up. And, oh man, the gradient attack. We have a double gradient. Break. We'll save the gradient charges for a second. Let's resurrect.
You can do better.
Okay, one shot, then a follow-up. Not that bad. One shot, then a follow-up. Okay, you're going to bring him back up.
No margin for error.
No margin for error. And we should have an elemental genesis. Or at least we fucking would if we had the energy for it. So we're going to use a gradient attack. Tree of Life cleanse all status effects and heals all allies. Sorry. I think that might actually be a good play. That's worth more to me than the damage from the, But it doesn't heal me, of course. That's fine. It gave me the AP that I needed for the Elemental Genesis. It's fine. I stand by the play.
Meet your reckoning.
Ooh, disgusting. Only 4 strikes? That's not too bad. Alright, we needed to res her anyway. Monkey Boy is going to be doing the rezzing. We're going to get as much damage as we can out of this guy. Farm AP. Get back up to 9. Very good. Couple of hits just to burn some AP. Monaco is a gestural, not a monkey. Have you seen him? Revive Luna, the only way we can heal him. Ooh. Okay, that combo is actually pretty tough. Now gain shield for each blow dealt in expedition. Okay. We'll reapply the fire. The flame! And fuck, I think we're rezzing with you again, man. More Yeti or Bigfoot coated than monkey? What the hell? Yetis and Bigfoots are super monkey coated.
Let's finish this. Oh, really?
Ow. Fuck. Well, that sucked. Ow. Wish I had the gradient charges to heal everyone again. Do I have a gradient that cuts through shields? I think I do on Luna, but Luna's not going right now, so...
I think I'll improvise.
Okay, farm AP. I'll get in trouble if I help you, Bosch. That is correct. We're gonna self-heal. Damn. Sheesh. Okay.
Let's push forward.
God damn, man. High earth damage to all enemies. One hit removes all enemy shields. Yeah, go for it.
Let's push forward.
Perfect. Can we get a mayhem? We can. Or elemental genesis.
Meet your reckoning.
Ooh, baby. God, it's so much. We almost got you, dude. In fact...
Let's carve a path.
Go stab. It's all on you. Yeah! Cinematic finish. Woo! Boom!
We did it.
Hey, don't red flag post.
No, wait.
Fuck, he's still alive. CL, get that pussy out. Okay. Now we are all Charlie Kirk.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Okay. Alright. This would be a lot more impactful if I had any idea what was going on, or what this meant, or who he was, or what his powers were, or what he said meant, or what the themes were, or what the stakes were, or what the relevance is. It's a metaphor. Everything's a metaphor.
You okay? What happened?
Or if she wasn't wearing that outfit, that part's
Axe
fine.
on down. Let's bring this to the curator.
You're not baiting me nuts. Everyone's so mean to CL. No, I'm the only one who's mean to CL. You're all nice to CL. That's the problem.
Renoir.
Why didn't she do this before the boss fight? Yeah, why didn't she just jump up and remove the mask to begin with, idiot? No, we needed the body, not the mask. This is useless. I can't use this to make a weapon.
You want me to give it to you?
Okay.
Why?
Can you take a bath?
I saw.
What happened?
I saw it. It was.
Oh my fucking god.
Renoir.
Oh my god.
I used to see him in my nightmares too. He can be quite traumatizing.
Let's upgrade some weapons. Why doesn't he have a face? Believe it or not, the game has not explained that either. Yep. Can you imagine playing Dark Souls 1, except every time you met an NPC, the kind of NPC who just laughs and then doesn't really tell you anything? There was a 2-minute cutscene, and your character was, like, had a bunch of questions about the world because they didn't know how anything here in Lordran worked, but they didn't want to talk about it. Like, they wouldn't ask the question. They have the questions, but they wouldn't ask them. What's the point in, like, over-leveling for an area if all your attacks are going to cap at 9,999 damage anyway? It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's fine. No Moderino. Alright. Let's see if we can get some compelling dialogue. CL? All of a sudden, I'm more interested. Okay, I will say, and this is just me being salacious, I do appreciate that they not only gave her a fat shitter, but they also modeled her leg muscles, you know? They didn't do that, like, porcelain doll thing, you know? Like, this is clearly a workout body, you know?
One down, one to go.
The next one will be harder.
Hmm.
You're always so calm about everything.
Is that a question?
An observation. Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
I really don't feel like the characters have been made that distinct, you know? Like, Mael is also often intent and obsessed. I guess Luna never really comes across as nervous and eager, but...
Why is that strange? I guess... Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
Ask a direct question.
What does that mean?
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
And get a direct answer. Middle Gear.
Home?
Yes. Home. With everyone I've ever loved.
You believe in an afterlife?
I don't know. If there is, then I'll see everyone after death. And if there isn't, I'll simply join them in death. I'll be with them either way.
It's an interesting philosophy. For someone so young.
True. I'm not quite as old as you. Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated over your very long life?
Oh, how kind of you to acknowledge my wisdom. Can you, mention my wisdom to Minoko sometime?
Oh, actually, isn't Minoko even older? Eskie too. Perhaps I should ask them instead.
No, please do. You'll probably learn valuable things about Nevron feet and rocks. All I can offer is another story.
I'm not really in the mood for stories tonight.
Okay.
Oh. And here I had prepared something truly dark and heart-wrenching.
Save it for tomorrow. Let's do something else tonight.
Yeah?
What do you have in mind?
That depends. How adventurous are you feeling?
Very.
You mean like hunt Nevrons? What?
I'm waiting for you to connect.
Oh,
the
wait,
dots.
is she like actually trying to fuck?
Oh, you mean, adventure.
You've been alone too long on
Oh,
this
okay.
continent.
All right.
When was
That's
the
why
last
she's
time you
dressed like
seduced
that.
Someone?
Not counting Minoko. I'll admit it's been a while.
So?
Do you even need to ask? I'm a bit sleepy. Okay.
Do you even need to ask?
Game? The bond between Ciel and Versa deepens? For real? Game! Game! Really? Just them standing? You're not even gonna go in for like an implied, like they're moving into each other? Why bring up that she they spend some time together away from the God. What is the point in modeling these characters to look like this if you're not gonna put the effort into the... All of these conversations are just them standing, staring straight, dead-eyed at each other and rehearsing their lines back and forth, you know? If you're gonna fuck, you gotta fuck. Versa and Ciel became a bit more than friends. Good. I'm happy for both of them. Same night? How we feeling? Okay, I feel like it's very weird to... Like, there was no romance. Isn't this an RPG? You have a party member, and you're talking, and in convo, like, 4 out of question marks, she's just like, hey, just so you know, do you want to fuck? Because I want to fuck. And you can say, yeah, relationship level +1. And it would have done the same thing if I had said no. I don't know. That's... This one best RPG of the year.
You were right.
About?
The odds of killing Axons. Close, but not zero.
Not zero.
Casual sex isn't a thing. You people are insufferable. Do you hear yourselves?
About?
Oh, we can't spend time with her tonight. Only with Ciel?
You have nightmares too. About Rimoa.
Yeah, KCD has some titties, just saying. It's about me believing their relationship. Or even their mutual interest in casual sex.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
In Lumiere, did your parents choose your name?
Standing around staring at each other.
I guess. Why?
Sex scenes are dumb. For one, sex scenes are not dumb. For two, it's not about animating a sex scene. It's just about, like, bringing up, hey, do you want to fuck? I'm attracted to you, with this exact same tone and consequence as any other random conversation they've had.
Mael means chief and prince, or, you know, I guess, princess.
What are you talking about?
The meaning behind your name.
Oh. What made you think of that?
You said you were an unwelcome surprise. But I think even though your birth was unexpected, it was still celebrated.
Okay.
Your name shows how your parents felt about you. What kind of life they dreamed for you.
Chief. Guess they had bigger dreams for me than I ever did.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
Okay.
You must have wanted something for the future.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gamashed.
Well, you've certainly done that. What do you dream of now?
I don't know. Still figuring that out. What about you, though? What do you want?
What do I want? I guess I'm still figuring that out too.
Well, what did you used to want?
Music.
Well, we've been getting lots of that lately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory.
Okay. This is what I mean about these cutscenes or these dialogue bits. This should have been the opening of the conversation. There wasn't really any emotional resonance to the whole "this is your name and what it means" part, so this should have been the opening. It's night, we're at camp, we're walking, like, along a cliffside or something, and he's like, casually, yeah, here was my job, you know, back way before, like, fucking 150 years ago or whatever, so I've always been interested in music. Do you want to play this track? Are you interested in it? Just... There's so much back and forth. The writers got paid by the word.
I loved it.
Paid by the word and deducted for the explicit clarification.
When the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber, I can just lose myself and feel the music through my fingers every time I play. It feels like my heart's about to break from the beauty of the notes.
That's lovely.
This has never come across at all in your...
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
It would be my pleasure.
I want my first concert to be yours. And don't worry, I'll make sure the room is packed. I'll put up posters everywhere in town.
Oh, no pressure, huh? All right. I guess I'd better start practicing.
Okay. Yay. There can be multiple...
One down, one to go.
The next one will be harder.
Multiple dialogues in one night. I feel like they should talk differently to each other. Like, canonically, we fucked like an hour ago. I don't know. Maybe I'm asking too much for an indie
Seems
team
you were
of
right
50
about these
people,
expeditioners.
$10 million budget.
A most impressive group.
They've grown on you, haven't they?
Maybe.
They have.
I'll never tell.
Minoko, let me cut your hair.
Okay.
Why would I be foolish enough to do that?
I'm auto-playing it.
Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mop.
I beg your pardon. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
The autoplay did not carry me for long. Yes, my hair is impeccable. My hair is impeccable, that is true.
Yes, my hair is impeccable. Stop being grumpy. Come on, let's give you some style.
You first, then.
Are we going to unlock haircuts for him? That'd be good.
Fine.
Actually, that does look nice. Okay, I'm in. Style away.
I just pulled my hair back into a bun.
Ooh, yes, indeed. This is quite fetching.
Is it?
Great. We're twins.
I don't know, man. This is... It's very silly.
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
Those masks.
What about them? Are you jealous? Why?
How?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's hard to control.
Okay. Best interaction this night. Easily.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? What a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
What's wrong with her?
Hmm.
She wears a mask all the time.
And
she never
Alicia
talks,
is an anagram
she's
for
always
Mael.
staring.
That was a lazy one game. I saw right through it.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so,
So yeah, we had no choice
yeah.
but to give her a creepy stone mask, yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me. She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side.
Helped you with what?
Family is complicated, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
Are we supposed to be looking at their backs?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
He's looking like... I don't know, it just looks kind of funny.
You're not upset.
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Game of Zion, by the way. He fucking died, man.
Thanks.
Okay. Wait, does checkup on the others go through a lot? Like, is this gonna give me the same one, or... Oh shit, we're backlogged on this too.
Do you mind if I play here?
Oh. Okay. So I guess I missed this by not checking earlier. So we do have a pianist's. Why doesn't he summon a piano on a monster's head? Inside a monster's head, killing them instantly. Okay, well, who's singing? Did he just do that with his mind? The magical abilities in this game have not been explained, basically, also. Like, how it works, really, or what the rules are, also as it... Like, everything else in this world, none of it has been explained. It's like Gandalf magic, you know, in Lord of the Rings, where he just does shit. I don't think he's seducing her. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I think he's treating her like a little sister. Why is there a 33 in the distance? That's how many awards they got.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Do I need to watch Joseph Anderson play this game to understand?
Sister.
Because he likes it too, and I respect his opinion. I need to find out what it is I'm missing. Is it me being with chat? We're all in goofball mode, so we're not,
Okay, ready?
We can't take it seriously? Because I really don't think it's that. I feel like it's...
Nice. All right. SK, you ready?
Yes, multiple things have been explained and you missed it. No, that hasn't happened. You're kind of ignoring some hints. Some hints?! Letter à mail. Okay, we can go to sleep now. Okay, I guess we're moving on. Joseph Anderson felt much the same way as you did at this point, if not worse, I think. Really? Okay. That's interesting. Joseph Anderson liked the game, but chat almost ruined it for him. That's pretty funny. That's what chat does. Hey. Huh? Okay. Like, I don't want to say Vosh is shit at this game, but he's kind of shit at this game. Observe them in their native habitat. The defensive motherfucking fan. I see right through you.
Time
for swim, swim. See, this is the good part of the game. I really feel like the vagueness is meant to inspire a wonder in the world, but that requires caring about the plot. But I do care about the plot. It's just that no information is being given about the plot. Look, a plot, you need things to care about. And in order for me to care about the plot, I need to care about the people and the stakes, you know? I need to care about the world. But the world has no rules. There are no rules. Everything is just random. So to me, it's just like, what could we cobble together in the Unity asset store to make look most, like, impactful, right? There are no rules. Anything can be anything. Do things float? Do they not? What is or isn't? So on and so forth. you know? And I can't really relate to the struggles of the people because they all seem pretty laissez-faire about them being here. I mean, SKA is insane. Luna doesn't seem to have much of a character anymore. Monaco's chill. Gustav, too, has been here for ages and doesn't seem to care or know what's going on, or if he does, no one cares to ask him. Mael's Mael. And Ciel's a fat ass. So I need to be rooted to the world, you know? Mostly right, but you did miss an important piece of dialogue at the end of the accent fight because you were watching chat. You think I missed that? You think somebody with my ability to read out the corner of my eye could have missed that? Yeah, you're Verso, aren't you? I'm circling the island before I go in. Yeah, I'm a professional live streamer, okay? Put a little bit of respect on the highly respectable profession. Another beach? Oh, God. Wait, where am I? Oh, I went way further than I expected to. Oh, shit. We're actually pretty close, huh? Anyway, the problem with the that was Verso is that I don't remember what a Verso is. Was that one of the Gustavs? Is Verso Gustav 0? Verso's Gustav 2. Oh! Still means nothing. Sorry, I'm such a hater. I'm having fun. Can you tell? Will you instantly kill me? Ciel's outfit. No, honestly, no. Why are you all being so negative?
My turn.
Resistant. I'm so confused. If you don't like it, why continue? But I do. I'm playing it. What do you mean?
Sweet taste of battle.
I think I might be a bit too strong for you guys. What's appealing about the gameplay combat of the game? Wait, well, the actual gameplay is pretty fun. I just think that the story is vague slop and the character interactions are stilted and unconvincing, you know? But the game itself's fun to play. It is also fun to look at, you know? Not in an art direction kind of way, but... E88 apologist can't imagine frustration coming from a place of love. I think it's like a broader, I don't want to call it like an autism thing, but if you really enjoy something, you can't imagine another person enjoying it in a different way. You would rather them dislike it altogether than like it in a different way. Like if you really like a TV show and you show it to a friend and they're like, "Oh my god, this is hilarious, it's so bad," you would be more frustrated by that than if they were just like, "I don't like this at all, I'm not having fun." I think that's a... right? I think I'm onto something with this, you know? Ah, shit. We are pretty close to 33. Evangelion's objectively vague slop, but that doesn't make it bad. Sorry, buddy. Evangelion is absolutely not vague slop. Evangelion drops a ton of very specific pieces of information, all of which fit into a cohesive whole. It's not really vagueness. Evangelion sucks regardless? What are you people... You people are insane! Evangelion's the most vague anime I've ever seen. Huh? Oh, they're all following me. Lol calling this vague slap while also not calling Evangelion vague slap. Wait, are you guys being for real? Are you actually okay, you know what? This is I need these moments. I need these moments because I need to be reminded sometimes that my the disagreements we have are often rooted in you guys just not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. So I can't get frustrated over it. Angel's Egg is a lot more vague than Evangelion for sure. Okay. Without love, I cannot see. Can you get some upper body strength so you can climb a little faster? Ah! Oh, I'm so sorry, River. I'm sorry, River. I didn't mean to scare you with that. I was doing it for stream. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, the Evangelion's use of Christian imagery isn't vague, it's just meaningless. It's not really like signaling a greater depth there, it's just using it as an aesthetic painted over a bunch of actual depth. It's true though that if you like look for narrative significance in the Christian imagery, yeah, that'll fall apart. But I don't think that's really vague, I just think that's the aesthetic they chose. Ah! 0.028 away from victory. Grandiose Chroma Catalyst. Oh, shit. Can we not fight? Can't we all get along? Look, River's up there licking her butt. She seems happy. Can't we all get along? I think you'll feel similarly about this after you hit some more big plot points. Listen, the reason I'm playing this is because I want to be wowed. Alright? However, I've watched Evangelion quite a few times, and no, the opening of Evangelion, or maybe I guess I should say the first like 2/3 of the show, are a breathlessly exciting thriller where you are being fed like mystery tidbit after mystery tidbit where all of it feels like it's part of this broader whole. The character, like the dialogue, the interactions are incredibly interesting. Like from moment one in the show, you're getting these like insights that, and it's not vague. It's just, you know, it's a big complicated world that you're getting little bits of. People aren't candid or you know, willing to explain that much up front because they're keeping secrets from Shinji, and also many of them are lying to themselves. There's nothing this game could reveal to make its opening as good as Evangelion's, not even remotely. But I'm still having fun. I'm having fun. And there could still be really good stuff later, so, you know. Hey, come on. Yeah, there we go. Cool. I don't want to be known as a hater. I have generally positive opinions on things. I'd like to think my personality is largely uplifting to the people who know me. I'm always fun in social situations until I get tired and then I'm on my phone a lot. But while I'm present, I'm very happy and optimistic. You're absurdly negative about media, lol. No, I'm very critical of media because I have a finite amount of time on this beautiful earth, and I don't want people to, you know, suffer the indignity of having their only media experiences, you know, be weighed down. I want people to be happy and free. I want people to be free. So chat did cannibalize the Joseph Anderson experience with Expedition 33. Like, there were people watching it who were going, this is awful, and people who were watching it going, you'll see at the end. And meanwhile, Joseph Anderson is like, look, I'm just here to play the video game, guys, and it all kind of blew up. Yes, many such cases. Many such cases. You say you don't judge us for our slop media takes, but you clearly do. Well, I kind of don't, though, because I do play slop games on my own. You know, I've played, like, a bunch of the incremental games on Steam. Usually because I'm listening to podcasts or I just can't focus on something new. It's just that I think those are negative parts of myself. You know? Or maybe, no, you're right. Slop should be engaged with responsibly. Hello. Like the indie ones? Well, I don't really think there are any mainstream incremental games. Alright, can I fight you guys? Probably. Ooh, you're tough. Okay. What do you mean by incremental games? Like clicker games, like cookie clicker, that kind of thing.
Violence, yes.
Love my opener. Love my opener. God, that's so good.
Danger.
Baby. B rank, S rank. You know what? Yeah, let's use powerful. Why not? Shields its allies. What allies? Storm is coming. Why do I have only 2 AP? I thought I blocked those big attacks. Why? Oh.
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path. Anyway, you guys really shouldn't feel talked down to when I... Oh, yeah, that hurt a lot. When I talk about something that you like in a negative way. Keep in mind that I'm like, you shouldn't get mad when I'm just criticizing something in line with my opinion. And then somebody criticizes Evangelion, and I'm like, hold the fuck up. I mean, you're like 2 seconds from a ban, you know? I'm just saying, you can't take it too serious, that's all. Big.
Bring it on.
I've liked Pokemon since 2003 and you called it Israeli, man. And I stand by it. And I stand by it.
Cut him down.
Cut him down. Because of, you know, the thing. Sweet. I genuinely go between mild rage and genuine interest in how you process the rest of the game. That's the right way you have to handle live streamers playing games that you enjoy. You have to watch, you have to think like, this caged animal that I enjoy watching is now being exposed to this thing I'm aware of. Let's see how this bonobo ape deals with it, you know? That's the only healthy way to process it. Me watching you play Outer Wilds? Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Iron speed!
So what's this? Sinister Cave. It's like a boss, or is it an actual area? Let's see. To be clear, I'm having fun watching you play, but you're bad at it. Well, I think you have a bad attitude. Well, you mean bad at the parrying? I think I'm fine at the parrying. Hey, someone's up there. Yeah. Are you in hard mode? You really think somebody with an ego like mine wouldn't select hard mode when playing a narrative game? Like I could survive dying to a boss and somebody in chat asks, what are you on? And I'd be like, well, I'm on the kids easy bake oven mode. I'm in Weenie Hut Juniors. Where the fuck am I going? I'll get to you one day. It's the lack of strategy that drives me a little cuckoo. Yeah, but the strategizing is fucking boring. I don't play turn-based RPGs for the most part. If we stack debuffs, fuck you. I literally decided I would never play CL because I didn't understand how she worked in 30 seconds. Hi. Ah, oh, fuck, it's a chromatic. Alright. Yep, he has infinite health. I don't know, we're gonna take one attempt at this guy. Wait, you're weak to light damage and that's how little damage you're taking? That's, unnerving.
The sweet taste of battle. You.
Ow. Damn. Okay, we had a little bit of motion there. A little bit of motion. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, everyone died. Well, okay, well, hold on. I didn't even see what killed me there. I jumped over the first one. Hold on one second. I have to be party to bad behavior. What is with the retarded mods on Vosh GG? I'm logging off for a while, touch grass, and get a real job. Alright, how long did you get muted for? Let's scroll up. I don't even see anything. All you said today, let me see. Pokemon fell off hard lately. No more for me. If my kid was talking to that dude, I would object. Evangelion sucks. They really want this guy to seduce a teen, don't they? Oh, you're the Gustav II seducing my... What happened? How long did Albatross get muted for? didn't get muted? They didn't even get muted? Then what are they mad about?
A bit of violence, yes. Christ.
Oh well.
Ah, damn it.
Ready to evade.
Okay, it's... interesting. Okay. We learned a little bit there. Alright, alright. Get her back up.
A storm is coming.
Storm is coming. Do another wildfire. Really stack those burns. 12 burns. Okay.
Danger.
You know, I really feel like this guy isn't that tough. Maybe he's got a super powerful second phase when he gets to half health.
I'm ready.
Punching. Oh, let's see it. That was a kick. That was a kick. I was looking at his fist, getting ready for it to fly forward. Punching combo. Honestly. Okay, we can do this.
My turn.
Can we? Well.
Let the ink flow.
Okay, so they basically said a character was acting like pedo, then Nuts said they were wrong, now they're mauling. I don't know, I don't understand it. I just want to understand. We can make a difference. We can take a stand. You can make an effort. If I only understand that I can... Wait, am I really entering this fight with 1 health every time on Monaco? No wonder.
Back. Watch out.
Ow. One health is all you need. I know.
My turn.
I must exact revenge.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay, that one-shots. I see. I really feel like we can do this. He doesn't have that much health. Of course, the new EMC. Definitely not great that we're starting the fight with one of our guys at 1 health, but you know. Doesn't matter. That's true. We shouldn't be getting hit anyway.
Getting spicy.
Wow. Man. It's hard to go just by the sound. You know what? I'm not going to bring him back up. Not yet.
Time to end this.
Doesn't that guy one-shot because he has Berserk? Yeah, but I don't really know how to not have him have Berserk, you know? We'll figure it out eventually. Okay, do the swipe. Fuck! That comes in so much faster than I expected to, consistently. Well, I'm getting hard stuck here. I've decided it. Here, that being said, I do want to heal my boy up. If only there was a character that specialized in buffing and debuffing. If only. Now hold on 1 second, because this is, again, like these are the breaks for me, right? When I'm not playing the game. Why are you being a salty sailor? Oh. Because you're a CL lifer. You've never played with CL. You've checked her ass out, but you've never experimented with what she can do. 10 times over that's happened and you missed it. I don't want to say Vosh is shit at this game, but he's kind of shit at this game. Lol, I'll critique this game with you, bro, but you kind of suck at this game. He's so bad at it. Kek V? I agree with shitting on people who don't get it. To be clear, I'm having fun watching you play, but you're bad at it. If only there was a character that specialized in buffing and debuffing. My friend. My friend. My friend. My friend. I just prefer Luna. You can't make this a fight. Shush. Some people are so negative. Sometimes people ask me why I draw attention to negativity like that, but I actually think that engaging with it sometimes is an important pro-social exercise, you know? It's kind of like how every grocery store is a nightmare to get to now, because people just wander in there and shit in the aisles and nobody says anything about it or does anything about it. So because we've all collectively agreed there's no point in confronting antisocial behavior, it just kind of festers. It's like that in chat, you know? You have to... Wait, did I take a different direction? I think I did. Well, let's see what's this way, I suppose. Sometimes you have to...
Useful?
Neat! Sometimes you have to point it out so you can address it. You have to say in a clear and calm voice, I think this is a little bit weird. And try to call more people out, because I notice most people want to call them out but feel uncomfortable doing so. Do you mean in person, I assume? Not... Oh, hello. I assume you mean in person, not in VGG. Yeah, genuinely, it's, oh! Interesting indeed. Okay, Elarim. I'm open to the potential of changing weapons on, Luna. Yeah, if there are no consequences to antisocial behavior, then it festers. It is tough to call people out these days because there's always that feeling of like, I don't know, every person is crazy and anyone could kill you, but I'm pretty sure it's safer now than it ever has been, so... Wait, I heard footsteps. Here we go. So what was that new weapon? It's even one level higher than the one I'm currently using. Oh no, it's the same level, sorry. Consuming an earth stain applies 1 shield to self. Man, okay. Having a shield sounds so cool. Does that just block any no matter how much damage? Does it work the same for us as it does for them? Really asking? Yes. One shield for 1 hit. That sounds really good. Hi. My beautiful chud French wife. Okay, we got this. All right. Chat, do we believe?
Ready to evade.
Okay. Hope you didn't believe too hard.
Ready to strike. Don't die next time.
Big sweep.
Just try it.
Ow.
A storm is coming.
Storm is coming. Okay. Do I want a double wildfire? I kind of do. Just stack that shit up. I swear to God I got that second one. Have we parried a single thing yet? We must have parried the sweeping attack or I'd be dead.
Oh, really?
That one hits me as well. Okay. Who's who?
You don't get to die yet.
Now, if we could just stun him, we might be able to very, very briefly delay our inevitable demise. Oh, I thought I was dead. I think I might be dead. I am definitely dead. I feel like we can do this, guys. We do have to kind of hit every parry, though. I shouldn't. I only have a little bit of time left in the stream. I should probably spend it doing plot stuff. We can always come back. Oh. If you enjoy it, you should do it. Well, my enjoyment for a fight usually goes down if there are one-shot hits. Problem with RPGs in general, I suppose. How do I get out? I found how to get out. We'll come back eventually, probably. Are you going to be live for Trump addressing the world at 10 EST? No. I'm really not interested in stuff coming directly from the administration anymore. They have said so much, and so little has actually happened. If it's like a public declaration of war against the nation of Venezuela, then that's something. But he's been saying for months now, you know, oh, the land strikes are going to be happening any day now. We've authorized ground activity in Venezuela. What's actually happening? To the best of our knowledge, we're just pot-shotting fishing boats, and we seized one oil tanker. Poor non-credible defense keeps getting blue-balled. Oh, fuck those sociopaths. They're on the right side with Ukraine, but then October 7th happened and all of them suddenly became, you know, the IDF's strongest analysts. They really want the Venezuelans to react first? The non-credible defense guys? Yeah, of course, because they don't want to, like, completely buy into the fact that we're the bullies here. They're all pro-West, like, by default. They don't like the fact that Venezuela is basically just sitting there defenseless while we kill their civilians and harass them illegally.
The architecture looks very
They want
here.
Venezuela to justify
This kind of
our
place
behavior
never
there.
existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
Is it beautiful? There's so much fucking bloom. It's hard to tell. Colombian food sounds good. Yeah, I've been to 2 Colombian restaurants in my life. Not in Colombia, of course, but Colombian food. And both were delicious, so that's a batting 1,000. Hello.
Is she the Axon?
Sylvain, she who plays with wonder.
She's so pretty.
It's so...
Lune? What's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Okay.
Let's move fast before we all lose our minds.
So if the previous Axo was Verso, that means this one must be Mael, the masked Mael. I think we've got to read in your type. I mean, I do like the French Bob. It is good. One day I will go to Paris and be disappointed that no one there is wearing French braids or whatever the fuck it was that Lauren Southern was talking about. I will say a lot of it's also the skirt. Girls just don't dress like this anymore. Sorry, that sounded like I was parodying wistful, nostalgic boomerism, but it actually is true, really. This is not in style. Anyone who dressed this way, people would point and say she's stylish, but nobody actually actively dresses this way anymore. Except for very fashionable, like, art students or whatever. Oh, okay. Just me? They dress like this in Japan, lol. That is true. They do, yeah. There are a bunch of very vibrant fashion subcultures in Japan, many of which are, I guess you'd call them heritage, you know? Like a recontextualization of older styles. Because this outfit right here, for a time, would have been considered, like, a fairly normal thing for a woman to wear, I think. I'm kind of roughing it a bit. And then, for a time, it would have been considered a conservative thing for a girl to wear. Right? Like, probably during the 1960s or 70s, dressing like this as opposed to wearing pants or wearing more, like, non-traditional clothing, you would have been seen as a little bit more old-fashioned. But now, we've looped back around, and dressing like this is, you know, more of an avant-garde art student kind of thing. Like, nobody dresses like this and is a conservative. It's kind of like how whenever conservatives post pictures of New England towns, they're like, this is what real America looks like, and the town votes 90% Democrat. It's kind of like that with the girls, too. If you go out there and you find girls who are, like, fixated on dressing like it's 1950s, they're probably lesbians. And that's good. Well, it's not good that they're lesbian. It's good that they're happy. Being lesbian is bad because it means that... It means Luna wouldn't kiss me.
Great.
They're always lesbian, yeah. God's punishment
Don't look at her
to
for too long or
men.
you'll go insane. I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
It is mesmerizing.
This dance feels familiar.
We can't even see her.
This is kind of dancing
there,
to
okay.
Lumiere.
I don't think so. Never seen it.
This area is quite pretty, by the way. Just sorry, I know I lay on the negativity quite a bit, so I want to make it clear that apart from the egregious levels of bloom, which I really don't care for, the actual design of the area is quite nice. Right, hence the award, yeah. Can you turn down the bloom? No. In Unreal Engine, unfortunately, the post-processing effects are all often grouped together under the same graphics slider. I thought we were all getting along. Oh, right, you're flying. Right. Okay, well. Ah, but you have no health. Where's your health? Ooh, baby, 30k XP for that? Maybe we'll spend the next 8 hours farming here. Hey, River, sorry about the loud noises. New weapon for Monkey Man. Nice. Please put coconut in your rice beans. I don't like coconut. I don't like the flavor or texture of coconut. It's a shame because you can do a lot of good with it. I think the bloom works here specifically because of the delirious nature of the island. I'm not anti-bloom, I guess, in concept. The issue for me is how overwhelming it is. It's to the detriment of the area's aesthetic. Wait, why didn't he get to go again? After a basic attack, he should, huh? He has to land the attack you missed? Really? Oh, okay. Okay, I don't think I've ever missed the attack. Nice.
I'm ready.
50,000 experience for that. Whoo! His ass will never know the peak of mango sticky rice. I've had mango sticky rice and I've enjoyed it. I think the post-processing in this game is mostly due to the lower budget. It's expensive to make good-looking vistas and backgrounds far viewing distance. No. I completely agree, and I'm sympathetic to that. But, in my opinion, I think that this kind of sets the expectation higher and higher, right? It's like, oh, well, now that post-processing allows you the option to make even relatively inexpensive games like this super pretty, you know, now everyone's upping it, like all the dials are getting turned over. I think that we should own the fact that it's a lower budget game and just let things be a little bit polygonal. You know what I mean? Let them give me a bit more of a view and let it look a little bit more like a game that costs 10 mil, which is not a huge amount of money at all.
Gilles, 55th.
Oh, God.
I don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Rochelle would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that will work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
Have you perhaps maybe like a non-music form of attack? These guys look, I don't know, kind of musically attuned, musically competent. No. No. Yes. Is this like the best farming spot? I feel like you could grind out some very quick, very easy experience here. Check out the rest of this space, though. Grinding isn't really necessary in this game, TBH? No, definitely not. I have played RPGs where grinding was necessary. Okay, that goes that way. Love it when things go that way. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I will be reading Tonos after stream this time, I promise. Though we are getting there. I can't believe it's almost 5. I did start stream late today. I woke up with the most abominable tummy ache. You all know, of course, when I say tummy ache, I'm speaking euphemistically. What I mean is I was having, you know, gastrointestinal issues. It was bad, guys, and I'm leveling with you, you know, because I respect you. Got that ramen shitters. It was fucked up. I woke up at 8, had to poop, went back to bed, got out at 8:30, had to poop. At 9, I got up properly, pooped, then showered. This is the fucked up part. Are you guys ready for this? And I don't want your opinion of me to go down too much. I mean, I'd like it if we could still have the same relationship that we used to after you learn this. I had to poop. Sorry, I want to speak more clearly so that nobody misinterprets me. I had to stop mid-shower to get out and poop, and then basically just shower again. It was fucked up.
What have we here?
I haven't had to do that in ages. I felt like I had food poisoning. I didn't. I don't. I'm not nauseous. Is this the correct way to go? Oh, wait, there was another elevator over here. God damn it, I feel like there are 2 potentially correct directions. It's shit in the sink or sink in the shit. Sometimes it do be like that, yeah. You might benefit from a fiber supplement? Why are you preaching to me? It was one time. It hasn't happened in years. I went out to a restaurant with friends, had a delicious meal, and I guess my body just didn't fully agree with it. Sometimes that happens. It's not always sickness or a habitual issue. Sometimes you just get the tummy explosion. fuck are we going? Maybe they're both the correct way to go. Okay, I'm starting to think the other way was the way I should have been going to clear out everything before going further. Huh. Oh, this little guy. Been a while since I've seen you. In fact, I haven't seen one of you since I figured out how to, pop you open.
What have we here?
Oh. Is that the spot? Wait, where's the... Oh. Over here? How the hell do I get you over there? At the hour. Or thereabouts. Hello, love. Okay, how do I get you over there? Is there like something about the environment? If you shit after showering, I think you're spiritually a lesser human than me. I don't think people do that by choice, you know. I feel like, hypothetically, if a person were to have done that, which I never have, it would be because they didn't have a choice. Okay. My thinking is that... You're just gonna run the other way. Yeah. How do I knock you straight down there? Do I have to approach from both sides at once? How do I approach from both sides at once? How is that possible? Right? Is it? I'll figure you out later. Game name? Expedition 88. Okay, this is definitely the correct path to, like, beat the area, and the other path I should have taken. You're all flying? God damn it. Well, at least that means I get my shots. Get it? Yeah!
The storm is coming.
Does anyone know if Bosch has done a Hearts of Iron 4 stream? Not likely to happen, I'm afraid. Neither my monkeys nor my circus. You should see how impatient I am, even just with, the RPG mechanics in this. You do not want to watch me play a 4X game on stream. You people would suffer, and you people would be insufferable. Because you suck at it? How would I know? I haven't played one since I played Civ 4 back in the day. Great game. Oh!
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path. Yay!
Ready to strike.
Yay. What is my opinion on the Sydney shooting? I think it's pretty bad. Like, random acts of terror against civilians. I know that's a controversial position these days. We are farming up so EXP. Valtarth, I don't know what a territorial goal is. I don't know how the game works. I've never played it. Last group. I know these little slices of combat haven't turned out to be that interactive.
A bit of violence, yes.
Yay. I think this guy's finally gonna get a chance to attack. You're a buffer? You buff? God damn, man. Everyone's up to level 40. Except for Minoko, I guess, but... Sheesh. Man. I can make a change. I have the Steven Universe movie song stuck in my head because I
Oh, lovely.
watched the movie with my beautiful partner who had not seen Steven Universe. Good movie. Need to find a flag.
Nice.
This area is a little bit sprawling and confusing to navigate, don't you think? I bet this will take me to a flag. Yeah, Valter, see, the problem with games like Hearts of Iron 4, I am very extrinsically motivated with my
Expedition 67
with my gameplay. I don't want to make my own game, you know? It's like the, what do they call it, Kenshi?
Feels like home.
I don't want to be dropped in a sandbox and be told, like, here are all the, you know, incredible things that I can do. I just want to, I don't see a flag. I want to be given explicit goals. Huh. This area is pretty cool looking. You know what this means? This means a flag. You want a Lego box, not a sandbox? Yeah. Good way of putting it. Mind, I have nothing against sandboxes in concept. I just think that, they're not really, don't tend to serve my interests. Also, I often think that an open-world game design is to the detriment of structured games. For example, and I would know this because I have plenty of hours in it, I think that, the open world does Elden Ring a disservice. Elden Ring is less fun on replay than basically any other Souls game. Oh, sure, there's tons of novelty with all the variety of weapons you can, you know, all the builds you can do or whatever. But running around the world for hours every time to get everything upgraded and get all the build parts you need, blah, 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 blah. Autism? Don't autistic people typically like sandbox games? Like, aren't the simulation and 4X game genres typically thought of as like, oh yeah, autistic people like those. But I don't like either of those types of games, so... I guess what I'm saying is, I guess I'm not autistic, actually. After all, I was autistic the entire time. Have you played Fallout New Vegas? Of course. Played it recently, as a matter of fact. There you go. It depends on the type of autism. Well, of course. All right. Stupid Genius. Thank you for the very kind 20 bucks. Here, have some money for my first paychecks of a new job. Congratulations. Seriously. I hope the job is treating you well. Thank you very much. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Congratulations on almost hitting 10K on your channel. You've been popping off with your hot boy farmer content. I hope you don't mind me calling you a hot boy. I mean, you work out for a reason, right? Cats in my coffee, thanks the 5. Love the stream. You've helped me keep hopeful this past year. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. I do think this stream maintains an undercurrent of optimism for the most part, in spite of the fact that, you know, we cover quite a bit of negative stuff. Elden Ring's open world was made so people who are stuck on a boss could run around and level up without feeling like pointless grinding, as per developer interviews. I think they did a better job with that in Dark Souls 2. I would rather a game with a bunch of branching parallel paths, or maybe I don't know, like in the first Dark Souls game, a big web of an interconnected world where things, you know, fold back into themselves, so it always feels like there's a new place you can go, to just an open world where you're running around on a horse. Snow, thank you for the $5. Agreed. Smelanie, congratulations. Wait. My womb mate sister graduated from PT school. Your womb mate sister? So your sister? Or you mean your twins? Is this like a woke term? Am I not woke enough? Am I too woke? Twin? Okay, twin. Okay. Just making sure. I'm not against it. Just making sure. That's all. And the new EMC, thanks to $5. What are your thoughts on viewing gender as a social class, the same way as a fighter or a wizard? It has no definitive unifying characteristics. Well, hold on. A fighter or a wizard, there are very distinct characteristics there. No, I think of it as like a social attribute, you know? There are lots of social attributes that we ascribe or have ascribed to ourselves, and it's just a matter of how much social importance we assign to it. Lots of social attributes used to be super, super important, but aren't anymore. Think of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, you know? I bet you that before Germany was unified, there were like a million really important attributes that a person could have or might not have, and that could be really important depending on where in the empire they were, right? You know? They're running around and it's like, oh, well, you're from this village and not from that village. I don't know. You can't take it too seriously. I've always said this. You can't take it too seriously, even if you've been afflicted with transgenderism. Because that's how they get you from the other end, you know? I'm all for trans people living their truth or whatever, but you don't want to, you know, woke your way in from the other end of the horseshoe, right? To getting like super invested in gender roles. You gotta be principled, you know? This shit doesn't matter innately, but it does matter to me. You gotta have the right attitude. It's really complex in Italy. It's why it took so long to unify the country. I would love to learn more about Italian unification. I really don't know that much. Excuse me. Anna Bobana, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Rescriptor, thank you for the $2. Yes. You burn your bridges in Italy with your food takes? What if I discovered myself that all of the really, really good Italian food is actually in southern Italy? Because they're more Mediterranean, right? I mean, they're literally, like, Italy is the most Mediterranean country by virtue of it being the most, like, stuck into it, right? So what if, you know, it's all the Northern Italians cuisine that I've been eating, and then I have the Southern Italian cuisine, and it's actually delicious. Oh my God, you with your essays. Well, look, folks, I've got some bad news. I'm not going to be able to be here tomorrow. I've actually got a planned road trip with my friends. It'll be great. You can't come, though. I just don't know you like that. I will be back on Tuesday. So everyone take care, and we'll finish E33 up pretty soon. I don't know how far along I am into the game. I have a feeling I'm at least 50% of the way through. I could be completely off on that, but I do feel as though I am. And if I need to pick up the pace, I can. I could just choose to parry harder rather than deliberately failing my parry prompts, which I have been doing to, you know, keep you guys from getting envious of my skill in games. Everyone take care, and I'll see you tomorrow.